The ocean is vast enough to hide everything we fear, and quiet enough to remember it all. Beneath the surface lies not only darkness, but stories, sightings, signals, silences that no textbook can explain. For centuries, sailors, scientists, and wanderers have brought back fragments, each one stranger than the last. Tonight we gather them. Some accounts are whispered like warnings, others are preserved in logbooks and instruments, but none have ever been solved. But before we begin, tell me, where are you watching from right now? And what time is it on your screen? Leave your city and hour in the comments. We'll see how far these mysteries still drift. So close your eyes, settle into the sound of the sea, and follow me into the deep. Tonight we move through over 100 ocean mysteries, terrifying not because they scream, but because they wait, patient and silent, just beyond what we know. On certain nights, oceanographers in the southern Atlantic record something they cannot chart, a pulse of light beneath the seafloor itself. At first it looks like a sonar glitch, a band of brightness where only rock should be. But the more carefully they measure, the more the anomaly shifts upward, like a tide rising through stone. One research vessel in 1998 documented it 3 times, each occurrence lasting less than 30 seconds. No temperature change, no gas. Just a faint column of light, climbing from the crust into the water before fading into nothing. Later, divers in the same region spoke of caves, where walls glowed without source, surfaces etched with patterns too regular for geology. One described it as the seafloor breathing. Another said it felt like standing beside a door, half open but refusing to reveal what lay behind. Theories range from piezoelectric discharge to a natural resonance between tectonic plates. Yet no explanation accounts for the silence that accompanies it. Every time the glow appears, fish scatter, and even the vessel's machinery quiets, as if sound itself holds its breath. No samples were ever collected. No footage has lasted uncorrupted. What remains are fragments, brief, luminous rises from below, glimpses of something that should not shine. And when the silence lifts, the sea resumes as though nothing happened at all. But not far from there, sailors whisper of another phenomenon, one that does not glow, but listens. They call it the listening current, a stretch of water where sound refuses to travel as it should. In 2007, a research buoy off Cape Verde transmitted 9 hours of perfect silence, not an error, but an absence. No whale calls, no current noise, not even the low hum of the Earth's crust. When engineers replayed the data, they noticed something stranger. In the silence, faint impressions of voices emerged. Not clear, not language, but the cadence of speech, as though the water itself had replayed conversations never recorded. Sailors long before the buoy spoke of this same current. Nets cast there returned empty, though fish were known to swarm just beyond. Lantern flames dimmed without wind. Some said it was a crossing point, where the ocean gathered every sound it had ever heard. Storms, shipwrecks, final words, and returned them in pieces when no one asked. One oceanographer described dropping a hydrophone into that current. He expected blank tape, but what came back was a sigh, long and steady, almost deliberate. When he replayed the recording at half speed, the sound bent into something like breathing. No explanation satisfied the silence. Was it a quirk of density, a fault in instruments, or was it something beneath, waiting not to speak, but to listen? And just beyond the listening current, another report surfaced, of waters that did not silence sound but reshaped it into something impossible. In the South Pacific, charted currents sometimes bend into shapes no map can explain. Mariners call them spiral paths, vast whirls that appear in calm seas, spinning without wind or storm. One Japanese cargo ship recorded a spiral almost 10 kilometers wide, rotating so slowly that it was nearly invisible, except from above. Instruments showed no pull on the hull, no change in speed. Yet crew swore that the horizon tilted, as though the ocean itself had twisted beneath them. Satellite footage later confirmed the spiral, a broad helix traced across the surface, its arms curling outward with unnatural symmetry. Scientists labeled it a surface interference between currents. But even they admitted the geometry was too precise, the rotation too steady. What unsettled the crew most was not the movement, but the sound. For hours, every metallic surface aboard carried a faint vibration, not unlike a tuning fork, struck once and held. Engineers measured the resonance at 19 Hz, a frequency often linked to unease, to nausea, even to hallucination. But nothing was imagined. The spiral remained visible for 3 nights, before collapsing into waves without a trace. Sailors say these spirals are not weather, not physics, but corridors, paths that open and close without destination. They leave no wreckage, no debris, just an impression, as though the sea had briefly remembered a different way of moving. And farther along the Pacific Rim, another anomaly waits, one that does not spiral across the surface, but cut straight down into the deep. Near the Philippine Trench, divers report something stranger than any current, a phenomenon they call the vertical rift. It is not a canyon or a cave, but a sudden shaft of clear water that cuts downward into darkness like a pillar. Submersibles sent into these columns find themselves surrounded by silence, instruments drifting into error as though physics falters inside the rift. In 2011, an ROV descending through such a shaft recorded walls of water folding inward, layered like glass sheets stacked at angles. Cameras showed streaks of light slipping between those layers, as though reflection had been trapped inside liquid. Halfway down, the feed distorted. For 39 seconds, the ocean floor seemed inverted, seabed above, sky below, before the connection snapped back. Divers who surface from the rift speak of disorientation that lingers for hours. They describe the sensation of being observed, not by eyes, but by the space itself. One man compared it to standing between mirrors and seeing a reflection step forward before you move. Scientists have suggested salinity gradients, temperature inversions, or seismic venting. None explain why the rift holds steady, vertical as a tower, for days before collapsing without turbulence. The locals warn against entering these shafts, saying they are openings, not features, not passages to somewhere else, but reminders that somewhere else already touches here. And beyond this trench, ships have spoken of yet another anomaly, not vertical, nor spiral, but horizontal, a line of silence stretching across the sea. South of Greenland lies a stretch of ocean, the shipping charts mark plainly, but sailors know it by another name, the still line. It is not a current, not a storm track, but a horizontal boundary where sound stops. Ships that cross it notice the change at once. Engines keep turning, yet the hum seems muffled. Waves break against hulls in silence, foam collapsing without noise. Even the voices of crew fall flat, like words spoken into cloth. In 2016, a research team lowered a hydrophone into the still line and discovered something remarkable. At 20 meters, their instruments played back nothing at all, not even static. Yet, when the recording was amplified, faint patterns emerged, regular intervals of absence, evenly spaced, as if the silence itself had rhythm. One technician described it as hearing a metronome tick in reverse. Local fishermen say the still line is a mark left by the sea itself, a reminder of ships long lost in storms, whose final cries were never carried away. Some believe it is the ocean's archive, a line where memory gathers, too heavy to move. The line never stays fixed. Some years it lies closer to Iceland, other years drifting farther west. What holds constant is the quiet, a strip of ocean, where even thunder sounds distant, where the world feels briefly erased. And west of that stillness, vessels have spoken of another mystery, where silence is broken not by voices, but by something else entirely, a song with no source. They call it the drifting song. In 2014, a weather buoy west of the Azores picked up a tone that no one could trace. It began as a single note, low, steady, vibrating just beneath the range of human hearing. Over the next 3 hours, it climbed into a melody that seemed almost deliberate, rising and falling like a hymn carried across water. Oceanographers checked for whales, for engines, for aircraft overhead, nothing matched. The tone carried far beyond its origin, crossing into 3 separate listening stations, more than 1,000 kilometers apart. Each received the same sequence: rise, fall, silence, repeat. And when mapped together, the timing formed a pattern too exact to be chance, like bars of music stretched across the sea. Fishermen told of hearing it without instruments, a faint hum through the hulls of their boats, as though the water itself were vibrating in chorus. One claimed his compass needle shifted in rhythm with the sound, trembling forward with every note. No one has explained how water could carry such structure without source. Some suggest the seafloor itself sang, resonating under tectonic stress. Others whisper that it was not the earth, but something waiting beneath, sending not a call, but a rehearsal. The drifting song has not returned, at least not in the same waters. But near the southern Atlantic, ships speak of a different sound, one not melodic, but piercing, sharp enough to fracture glass. Logbooks from Portuguese trawlers in 1983 describe a sound unlike any storm. It was not thunder, nor wail, nor machinery. It was a piercing shriek that rose from the water itself, so sharp that glass windows fractured in unison. Crew reported blood in their ears, though the sea remained calm, waves rolling without violence. The shriek lasted less than 4 minutes, but its echo rattled through the hull as though the ship itself had cried out. A naval vessel dispatched weeks later attempted controlled recordings. Hydrophones dropped at intervals captured faint traces of the same tone, a razor-edge frequency that spiked and vanished before analysis could stabilize. One technician claimed it resembled feedback from an enormous instrument, a string plucked by unseen hands beneath the current. Fishermen now call the region the Screaming Strait. They avoid it even when weather promises safe passage, claiming that each shriek carries not just sound but weight, an invisible pressure that presses against the chest, forcing silence afterward. No geological vents exist in those waters. No tectonic fault aligns with the strait. What remains is the memory of a sound too powerful to belong to wind, and too precise to belong to chance. And in another part of the Atlantic, mariners write of something equally sharp, yet not heard but seen, lights that break across the sea, without a single cloud in the sky. Mariners crossing the mid-Atlantic ridge often speak of nights when the sea itself ignites. They are not storms nor auroras overhead, but veils of light stretching across the water, rising and falling, like curtains in a windless sky. Witnesses describe entire horizons, shimmering in pulses, illumination bright enough to cast shadows on deck, though no moon was present. In 1992, a French survey vessel recorded one such display. Cameras showed miles of rolling brilliance, green-white and flickering, yet instruments detected no bioluminescent organisms, no chemical blooms. The glow did not drift with the current, but held fixed, as though pinned in place by something unseen. Crew described a sensation of walking across stage lights, their every movement sharper, every sound carrying further than it should. Older accounts align. Sailors from the 1800s spoke of lantern seas, waters that glowed without spark, where compasses faltered and silence thickened. One captain wrote that the phenomenon resembled lightning caught beneath glass, forever striking but never fading. Scientists suggest electrical discharge, atmospheric reflection, or plankton invisible to sensors, but each explanation withers under repetition. The veils appear without pattern, sometimes gone within minutes, sometimes stretching across an entire night. They arrive in silence, they vanish in silence, leaving behind only the memory of light that should not have been. And farther east, beyond these glowing horizons, crews tell of another mystery, waves that rise without wind, towering walls of water shaped, not by storm, but by something far older. Logs from Norwegian cargo ships in the 1970s tell of walls of water that rose in perfect calm, no storm clouds, no shifting winds, just a sudden horizon lifting higher than the masts. These were not rogue waves in the usual sense, spawned by storms beyond sight. They came without origin, their faces smooth, their peaks curling only at the last second before collapsing in silence. One captain describes such an encounter in the North Sea. The swell rose 30 meters, towering against a clear sky. Instruments measured no wind shear, no seismic shift. Yet the wave moved with intent, rolling broadside toward the ship before breaking apart just meters away, its collapse more like glass shattering than water falling. The vessel rocked, but did not capsize. Hours later, the ocean remained flat, as though nothing had passed. Satellite studies decades later confirmed anomalies, walls of water forming in otherwise neutral seas, lasting long enough to be photographed, then vanishing. Researchers call them transient resonance events, but the term explains little. The waves appear where mathematics predicts calm, as if obeying a rule unmeasured. Fishermen claim these swells are not waves at all, but rehearsals, movements of the sea practicing forms older than storms. They warn that when such walls rise, one should not move, not speak, but wait until the ocean remembers its silence. And in the Indian Ocean, another phenomenon takes shape, not walls of water, but circles etched into the sea, as though drawn by unseen hands. In 2004, satellite imagery over the Indian Ocean revealed circles carved into the sea, perfect rings, some spanning nearly 2 kilometers, traced across calm water. They did not drift with current or tide. Instead, each remained fixed for hours, before fading as if erased. A British research crew later confirmed one from the surface. From the deck, the formation looked like a boundary, water inside the circle smooth as glass, while outside the rim waves continued in their ordinary rhythm. A hydrophone lowered into the still center captured faint harmonics, rising and falling as though the water itself hummed. No marine life appeared within the ring, not even plankton under ultraviolet light. Theories multiplied: submarine tests, methane eruptions, resonance between layered currents, but none accounted for the geometry, lines unbroken, arcs too precise for chance. Some insisted they were interference patterns, echoes of forces striking the ocean from above or below. Others whispered that they resembled markings, left by something surfacing briefly, then retreating. Older logbooks described the same phenomenon. Sailors in the 1800s wrote of coin waters, circles glimmering under moonlight, ships drifting across the rims only to find compasses spinning erratically, until clear again. The circles vanish without turbulence. No splash, no collapse, just water returning to normal, as though the memory had been wiped. And thousands of miles away, in colder seas, crews describe a different mark of the ocean, lines not circular, but straight, stretching like scars across the waves. Explorers mapping the Arctic Circle in 2019 documented something their sonar could not classify: straight scars across the sea. These were not currents, not ice fractures, but lines stretching for kilometers, perfectly parallel, visible from satellite, and yet dissolving when approached. From the deck, the crew described them as shadows laid flat on water, darker than the surrounding sea though no cloud passed overhead. A hydrographic survey vessel followed one of these scars for nearly 12 nautical miles. Along its path, compasses faltered, swinging left and right before returning to center. Acoustic readings picked up faint pulses at 30-second intervals, like a beacon repeating endlessly into the deep. The lines showed no turbulence, no change in salinity. They were as calm as mirrors, and yet they hummed with presence. Some scientists proposed internal waves trapped between temperature layers, surfacing as faint distortions. Others argued that these scars were interference from satellites above, but local Inuit accounts predate satellites by centuries. They tell of akupka, marks of the sea, said to appear before great changes in ice, or before ships vanish without warning. What unsettled the crew most was the disappearance. After 2 hours, the scar blurred at the edges, and then dissolved completely, leaving behind only ordinary water. No record remained but photographs, and the steady rhythm of those pulses, still audible even after the line was gone. And farther south, in warmer waters, sailors have witnessed something stranger still: patterns not dark and linear, but glowing, tangled spirals that drift like handwriting across the sea. Sailors in the Caribbean during the 1930s described a strange phenomenon after moonless nights, spirals of light that tangled like handwriting across the sea. These were not plankton blooms, nor reflections from above. The spirals appeared suddenly, stretching for hundreds of meters, luminous trails that twisted into knots before fading. In 1967, a US Navy destroyer reported the same. From the bridge, officers saw the surface glowing in coils, as though ropes of fire had been dropped into the water. Sonar revealed nothing unusual, yet the glow pulsed at regular intervals, each brighter than the last. Crewmen claimed the rhythm felt deliberate, like phrases repeated in a forgotten language. Older accounts reach back centuries. Spanish galleons wrote of letters on the water, glowing marks that shifted too quickly to read. Polynesian navigators warned that such spirals were signs of crossings, points where currents opened paths into unseen depths. Scientists later argued for bioluminescent organisms, stirred by turbulence, or phosphorescent minerals, carried from river mouths. But turbulence scatters, minerals sink, and these spirals held their shape with uncanny precision. Even when ships passed directly through, the coils remained intact, glowing until they dissolved on their own. The handwriting never repeats. No spiral has matched another. And that, perhaps, unsettles observers most. It is not a random pattern, but a sequence that always changes, as though each night, the sea writes a new message no one can understand. And in other regions, the ocean leaves no light, but shadows that drift against the current, as if alive. Fishing crews off the coast of Chile, in the late 1950s, began reporting shadows that drifted against the current. Not whales, not shoals, but vast, formless blotches, moving slowly beneath the surface. Nets lowered into their path came back empty, ropes slack, as though nothing had passed at all. Yet from above, the darkness was unmistakable, patches of sea that seemed to carry their own weight, pressing against the hulls with a subtle but deliberate force. In 1974, a Soviet trawler documented one such shadow. Photographs show an outline nearly half a kilometer across, shifting under the waterline, before breaking apart into smaller fragments. None resembled fish or plankton. Sonar traced no density changes, no reflections, only blankness where readings should have been. Locals along the coast had older names. Sombras de Nadir, nobody's shadows. Fishermen avoided them, claiming boats that lingered returned with silent holds. No birds circling, no sound of gulls, only quiet, as if the ocean itself had gone deaf. Oceanographers suggested clouds overhead, creating false impressions, but the photographs disprove it. These shadows moved with intent, sometimes curving toward ships, other times retreating into open water. No surface disturbance marked their presence. By dawn, they were gone. The sea brightened, the current returned, and all that remained was the memory of drifting silhouettes that carried no life, no sound, and no explanation. And farther north, sailors describe an opposite mystery, not darkness below, but sudden flashes of brilliance that blind the night sea like lightning without storms. Logbooks from merchant ships in 1921 detail a strange phenomenon off the coast of Morocco. Flashes of light erupting from a calm sea. They were not meteors streaking overhead, nor lightning split from clouds. The sky remained clear, stars steady, yet the ocean itself burst into sudden brilliance. Sheets of white fire racing across the surface, before vanishing in silence. One captain described the effect as lightning without thunder, born from the deep. His crew reported temporary blindness, their vision filled with afterimages of branching arcs that had no source above. Within minutes, the sea returned to darkness, leaving only the echo of brightness imprinted in their eyes. In 1956, a French survey team encountered the same in the Bay of Biscay. They photographed 3 bursts, each lasting no more than 2 seconds. Instruments recorded no electrical discharge in the air, yet compasses swung erratically during each flash. One technician swore the glow seemed to rise from beneath, as if the seabed itself had exhaled light. Theories range from undersea discharges to natural luminescence triggered by shifting currents. Yet storms produce sound, and bioluminescence drifts with tide. These flashes obey neither. They strike without pattern, vanishing before they can be measured twice. Sailors who saw them say the sea looked momentarily alive, as though something vast had rolled beneath the surface and struck light into water with its passing. And in the Indian Ocean, accounts speak not of flashes but of soundless tremors, the sea shaking without wave or wind. During an expedition in 1978, a geological survey ship in the Indian Ocean reported an unsettling event. The sea trembled without making a single wave. Instruments picked up vibrations strong enough to rattle dishes and loosen fittings, yet the water's surface remained flat, calm as glass. Crew described the sensation as standing inside a machine that had started humming from every direction at once. The vibrations lasted nearly 6 minutes. Seismographs on board detected no quake on land, no rupture in the seafloor. Hydrophones lowered into the water recorded something stranger still, a uniform oscillation, pulsing evenly every 5 seconds like a heartbeat stretched across kilometers. The sound carried too far, reaching buoys stationed hundreds of miles away. Older accounts mirror this. A British clipper in 1864 wrote of nights when the sea itself quivered, ropes trembling though the wind was still. Sailors swore the deck beneath their feet felt alive, shifting as though the ship were resting on some vast creature instead of water. Modern scientists suggest subsea landslides or thermal shifts, but those leave scars, disturbed currents, sudden plumes of debris. Here, nothing followed. The water resumed as if it had only paused to shudder once, quietly, before forgetting. Sailors now avoid regions where these tremors have been recorded, claiming the sea never shakes without reason. They believe it is a warning, a reminder that something immense stirs beneath waiting. And farther east, travelers describe an opposite strangeness, not trembling seas but stretches of ocean where even the wind itself seems unable to move the water. In 1935, a British passenger liner crossing the Arabian Sea logged a passage through what the captain called water that would not move. The air above stirred with steady breeze, yet the surface below remained frozen. Waves halted mid-crest, ripples smoothed flat, as though pressed by invisible weight. The ship cut through easily, but the wake refused to spread. For nearly 40 minutes, the liner ploughed a path through water that closed without turbulence, erasing every trace. Decades later, in 1972, a Japanese tanker documented a similar event. From the bridge, officers saw gusts whip flags and canvas, but the sea stretched outward in stillness, dark and unmoved. Instruments showed no current, no resistance. Even as rain began to fall, droplets struck without splash, absorbed soundlessly into a surface that swallowed motion. Local fishermen of Oman call such regions Darya-i-Sukut, the Sea of Silence. They warn that ships passing through risk losing direction, not from magnetic faults but from disorientation, a feeling that time has paused with the water. One logbook tells of sailors who swore the stars above dimmed during their crossing, as if the stillness extended upward into the night. Oceanographers speculate about temperature inversions and perfectly balanced pressure layers. Yet the balance would have to be impossibly precise, maintained across miles. No theory explains how the air above moves freely, while the water beneath refuses to respond. And just beyond these seas, other sailors report another impossibility: rain that falls but never touches the surface of the ocean. Sailors crossing the Bay of Bengal in 1897 wrote of a storm, unlike any they had seen, rain that fell, but never reached the sea. From the deck, they watched curtains of water descend, only to vanish a few meters above the surface. The sky thundered, the air was drenched, yet the ocean below remained untouched, black and dry, as though shielded by invisible glass. In 1959, a cargo ship recorded the same phenomenon. Crew described torrents hammering the deck, visibility cut to a blur, but when they looked over the rails, they saw no ripples where the rain should have struck. Instead, droplets dissolved mid-air, flashes of mist swallowed before reaching the waves. The downpour lasted 20 minutes, leaving the sea beneath smooth and undisturbed. Meteorologists sometimes call this virga, rainfall that evaporates before reaching the ground. But virga belongs to deserts, not oceans, and never lasts long enough to blot entire horizons. What these crews witnessed was more than evaporation, it was separation, sky refusing to touch sea. Local traditions interpret it differently. Fishermen in Bengal say these storms mark the presence of hidden gates, where the heavens open yet the sea rejects their gift. They warn against sailing onward in such weather, claiming ships that pass beneath return with clocks out of step and compasses spinning. The storms leave no trace, only dry waves beneath wet skies. And beyond these strange rains lies another mystery, tides that move against the pull of the moon itself. Coastal villages along the Gulf of Alaska have long spoken of tides that run backward, not the daily ebb and flow, but sudden surges that rise against the pull of the moon. In 1924, a US survey vessel confirmed the anomaly. Charts predicted a steady fall toward low tide, yet the shoreline advanced, swallowing markers set hours earlier. The current reversed course, flowing inland, though no storm or wind pressed it there. The reversal lasted only 20 minutes. Instruments showed no seismic activity, no undersea landslide. When the tide resumed its natural rhythm, the ocean lay calm, as though the interruption had never occurred. The only evidence was a ring of wet sand higher than any moon could have commanded. Ancient stories echo this. Inuit oral tradition describes the sea's breath, a tide that inhales when it should exhale, pulling against its own rhythm. Fishermen once marked these events with silence, believing that sound carried into such waters would never return. Modern theories blame rogue currents or resonance between far-off basins, yet none explain the precision of the reversals, timed to the minute, as if the sea itself had paused to test its own pulse. Those who witness it say the water feels heavy, as though every drop resists the sky's command. The moon pulls, the earth turns, but for a short time the sea answers only to itself. And farther east, in the Mediterranean, sailors recount a stranger effect still, harbours where anchors drift upward instead of down. In 1932, Italian fishermen docking near the island of Lampedusa reported anchors that refused to sink. Cast into 20 meters of water, the iron weights drifted slowly upward, chains pulling taut until they floated at shallow depth before settling sideways, suspended as though caught in invisible nets. At first they thought it was tangled kelp or trapped air, but divers sent below found no plants, no bubbles, only clear water holding the anchors, as if gravity had been paused. The anomaly repeated sporadically. In 1968, a Greek cargo ship documented the same near Crete. Photographs show anchors suspended mid-water, chains stretched at odd angles, compasses aboard rotated in lazy arcs during the event, and radios carried a faint static even with power cut. The disturbance lasted half an hour before the weight sank normally, leaving no trace. Locals have old tales of these waters, calling them the lifting harbours. Legends say the sea occasionally exhales, releasing currents that rise instead of fall. Some whisper that the waters momentarily touch another tide far below, pulling upward instead of downward. Scientists suggest trapped salinity layers or thermal inversions. But these effects scatter objects. They do not hold them balanced in silence. What unsettled witnesses most was the stillness. No turbulence, no churn, just anchors hovering in water too calm to explain. And not far from these harbours, sailors tell of another strangeness, coastlines that appear where no land should exist, only to vanish by morning. In 1901, a British steamer en route from Alexandria to Marseille logged the sighting of a coastline where no charts marked land. At dawn, the crew observed cliffs rising pale against the horizon, complete with coves and headlands shaped like any ordinary shore. Yet compasses wavered, pointing inland one moment and out to sea the next. By evening, when they approached closer, the coastline dissolved into haze, leaving only open water beneath the setting sun. A French naval patrol encountered something similar in 1947, Their log describes a chain of low hills, visible in clear daylight, smoke rising as if from distant hearths. When planes were dispatched, they found nothing, only waves stretching in every direction. The men swore they had seen fields and forests, but the photographs developed to nothing but horizon. Mariners call these visions ghost coasts. Some dismiss them as mirages, born of heat-bending light across distance. Yet the sightings are not confined to desert seas. They appear in cold waters, beneath cloudy skies, even at night when no sun could bend the air. Older folklore speaks of borrowed shores, fragments of land drawn upward from drowned continents, or folded briefly into sight from somewhere else. Sailors avoided sailing directly toward them, warning that ships which attempted landfall sometimes returned weeks later, their crews unable to explain the gap in memory. The sea offers land, then erases it, as though teasing the very idea of stability. And in the far Pacific, another illusion haunts travelers, not coasts, but entire fleets that vanish the moment they are approached. Naval patrols in the Pacific. During 1943, logged a sighting that still unsettles historians. An entire fleet adrift on open water, gone within minutes. Lookouts aboard the destroyer Kurashima reported a dozen ships on the horizon, masts, funnels, silhouettes moving in formation. Through binoculars, officers saw hulls painted in styles unfamiliar, vessels neither allied nor Axis. But when the ship closed distance, the fleet dissolved into haze, leaving only empty waves. This was not an isolated account. In 1952, a Panamanian freighter recorded a similar event west of the Marquesas. Radar picked up clear signatures, multiple returns moving together, yet visual confirmation vanished before approach. Crew described the shapes as grey shadows with the weight of steel, their outlines fading the closer they drew. Older maritime tales echo the same. The phantom armadas. Sailors warned that fleets seen too suddenly were not of this world, but echoes, imprints of battles long past, replayed upon the water. Some believed them to be omens, warnings of storms or conflict soon to come. Scientists suggest mirage effects caused by atmospheric refraction, distant ships projected falsely across the horizon. Yet no ships were confirmed within hundreds of miles on the dates in question. No convoys, no naval drills, nothing to cast such shadows. What remains is testimony. Crews swearing they had seen full formations vanish like smoke, sails and engines reduced to silence. And beyond these phantom fleets lies another apparition, beacons of fire seen at sea, burning without ships to hold them. Maritime journals from the 1800s describe encounters with what sailors called sea fires, columns of flame burning on open water, with no vessel beneath them. In 1871, a British schooner bound for Halifax reported a blaze rising 30 feet high, its light casting long shadows across the deck. The crew rushed to assist what they thought was a burning ship, only to find nothing but rolling waves illuminated by fire that hovered above the surface. Within minutes, the blaze folded in on itself and vanished, leaving no smoke, no wreckage, only darkness. Similar events surfaced through the 20th century. In 1938, a Norwegian trawler logged two flames burning side by side, each steady despite heavy wind. They flickered without fuel, bright enough to be seen 20 kilometers away, but disappeared before any rescue could be attempted. Compasses spun wildly during the event, and one crewman swore the flames pulsed as if they were alive, breathing with the rhythm of the sea. Theories range from gas eruptions igniting spontaneously to optical illusions refracting distant lights. Yet gas leaves odor, residue, turbulence. None were present, and the fires are not tethered to shore. They rise in deep water, far from vents or land. Seafarers whisper that they are lanterns of the deep, signals raised by something below to mark its place. They appear without warning, vanish without trace, and remain unsolved, flares that burn in seas where no hand could have lit them. And farther into the Atlantic, another mystery waits, currents that move like rivers in mid-ocean, flowing against every tide. In 1961, the crew of a Panamanian freighter reported drifting into what they described as a river in the middle of the sea. The ocean stretched flat for miles. Yet directly beneath their hull, a current surged eastward with the speed and steadiness of a flowing stream. Objects dropped overboard, drifted swiftly along its course, vanishing into distance, while everything beyond the boundary remained motionless. The current was no mere eddy. It stretched more than 15 kilometers wide, its edges sharp enough to mark with the naked eye, water on one side rushing, on the other perfectly still. Charts showed no tides, no storms, no source. Hydrographic readings taken later reveal dense layers of saline water moving in a sheet, as though a subterranean river had risen to the surface. Accounts of these mid-ocean rivers go back centuries. Arab navigators in the 1400s spoke of the moving veins, claiming they could carry a vessel silently across entire horizons faster than any sail. Yet they warned that entering one unprepared meant losing control. Sails useless, rudders fighting, the ship surrendered to a path it could not alter. Scientists argue these are surface expressions of deep thermo-haline currents, momentarily revealed. But the scale, the precision, remains unexplained. A river should carve shores, not appear in open sea, with edges sharp enough to step across. And not far from these moving veins lies another anomaly: eddies that do not turn, circles of water locked in place as though frozen mid-rotation. In 1949, a research vessel off the coast of Brazil reported encountering a phenomenon they called the still whirl. At first it appeared as an ordinary eddy, a wide circle of water turning lazily across the surface. But as the ship drew near, the crew realized the rotation was an illusion. The ring did not move at all. Waves approached the circle and stopped at its edge, breaking into strange fractured ripples that slid around the perimeter before rejoining the sea. Inside, the water lay glassy, locked in place, as though time itself had paused. Divers lowered into the still whirl described a sensation of suspension, currents pressing faintly against their suits without motion. Compass needles drifted aimlessly, unable to hold north. One diver swore his heartbeat echoed in his ears louder than the sea around him, as if the water itself were amplifying his pulse. Historical records suggest these frozen eddies appear across multiple oceans. Portuguese sailors in the 1500s wrote of the circle that would not turn, a patch of water where oars found no resistance and sails fell slack. They claimed birds refused to fly over it, veering away as if avoiding an unseen boundary. Modern theory cannot explain it. Currents move, winds stir, but these circles persist for hours without shifting, then vanish without collapse. They are not whirlpools, not calm patches. They are absences, perfect voids of motion drawn upon the sea. And beyond them, mariners speak of yet another impossibility: waves that rise only once, never to be seen again. In 1912, a Danish schooner travelling north of the Azores logged a singular event: a wave that rose once and never returned. The sea was steady, the weather fair, when the horizon suddenly lifted into a single swell taller than the mast. It rolled forward in silence, cresting without spray, and collapsed into the trough with no echo, no aftershock, as if it had been conjured from nothing. Half a century later, in 1965, a Spanish freighter reported the same: one wave, enormous, isolated, traveling without the company of others. The deck officer described it as a mountain moving alone, rising from a flat horizon and vanishing into stillness. No winds shifted, no currents surged. The ocean carried on as though the wave had never passed. Scientists investigating these reports found no patterns. Rogue waves usually follow storms, yet these singular swells appear in calm, unconnected to wind or pressure. Some suggest submarine landslides or sudden displacements, but such events leave turbulence behind. Here, there is nothing. Sailors call them solitary giants. They appear once, indifferent to ship or shore, and then disappear forever. What troubles witnesses most is their silence, the absence of roar or crash, as though the sea briefly allowed something vast to rise through it, only to erase the evidence a moment later. And in colder waters near the poles, mariners have reported another singular event, not a wave that rises, but ice that forms instantly, trapping ships where no freeze should be. Explorers in the Arctic during 1894 recorded a night when ice formed in minutes, sealing the sea around them. The air was above freezing, the water dark and restless, yet within half an hour their vessel was trapped in a sheet, solid enough to bear weight. Men struck it with axes, finding it layered, as though years of winter had been compressed into a single night. By dawn, the ice cracked apart and drifted away, leaving the ship free, in waters that tested above zero. In 1937, a Soviet icebreaker reported the same along the Kara Sea. They logged the temperature at 3 degrees Celsius, yet plates of ice rose around them, locking the ship in a pale ring. Compasses spun as the freeze thickened. Crew described the silence as worse than storms. The sea seemed to exhale, then hold its breath while the ice pressed against steel. Within hours, the field shattered and dissolved, leaving not a shard behind. Local hunters tell older stories of instant winters, times when the ocean seizes for a night before forgetting. They claim such freezes are not weather, but warnings, signs that the sea itself is testing its strength. Oceanographers argue for supercooled water, stirred by pressure shifts, yet that requires fragile balance, and these freezes were too sudden, too complete. What they leave is unease, the knowledge that ice can rise without warning, without season, and without reason. And farther south, in warmer seas, ships have faced the opposite, patches of water so hot they boiled without fire. In 1927, a cargo ship in the South China Sea logged a chilling entry, water boiling without flame. The crew spotted a patch of ocean steaming, as though struck by fire. Waves bubbled violently, yet no smoke, no ash, no debris marked the disturbance. The surface glowed faintly under moonlight, shimmering with pale outlines like molten glass. One sailor lowered a rope weighted with lead. Within seconds, the fibers began to char, the lower lengths blackening, though the air remained cool. When pulled back, the weight was warm to the touch, as if it had passed through heat without flame. No vents existed nearby, no volcanic ridge, to explain the sudden surge. The boiling patch endured 20 minutes, then dissolved, leaving water colder than before. Decades later, in 1969, a Japanese research vessel documented a similar event near Micronesia. Instruments recorded a thermal spike of 40 degrees Celsius across a narrow band of sea. Divers observed bubbles rising in perfect spirals, yet found no fissures in the seafloor. One described the sensation of standing above a fire that had no color. Local legends frame these boiling seas as warnings, omens of storms or spirits moving beneath. Fishermen claim they mark places where the ocean burns its own memory away, scrubbing itself clean before resuming silence. No scientist has captured the cause. Gas eruptions leave traces, volcanic ridges scar the seafloor. Here nothing remains, only steam vanishing into night, as though the ocean had chosen to ignite itself. And not far from those waters, another impossibility is told: rain falling upward, pulled from the sea into the sky. In 1889, logbooks from a Dutch brig recorded an unsettling storm near Sumatra, rain falling upward. The crew watched droplets rise from the sea's surface, streams of water climbing skyward in thin columns before vanishing into the clouds. At first they thought it a trick of wind, spray whipped from waves, but the air was still, the sea flat, and the rain ascended steadily, as though the ocean had reversed its gravity. Half a century later, in 1942, a British warship encountered a similar event in the Indian Ocean. Lookouts described sheets of spray lifting into the sky, drawn upward in ribbons. Instruments registered no cyclone, no vacuum, only air vibrating with low resonance. The captain noted that the ship's barometers pulsed in rhythm with the rising streams, as if the atmosphere itself had begun to breathe. Older island folklore speaks of the sky drink, times when the heavens pulled water back, reclaiming what had once been theirs. Villagers told sailors not to sail beneath these storms, warning that ships caught in the rising rain would return with soaked timbers, but dry sails, unable to remember the hours that had passed. Meteorologists sometimes classify these reports as extreme evaporation or rare mirages, but no evaporation lifts droplets in visible streams. No mirage carries water against gravity. These rains do not fall, they ascend, silent, deliberate, and beyond reason. And across the Atlantic, another inversion is told, not rain drawn upward, but storms where thunder rolls beneath the waves, instead of in the sky. In 1916, fishermen off the coast of Nova Scotia described a storm unlike any they had faced. Thunder rolling beneath the sea, the sky above remained clear, yet the water shook with deep booms that rattled hulls, as if cannons had been fired below. One sailor wrote that the ocean spoke with the voice of storms, though the heavens were silent. In 1954, a Canadian survey vessel captured similar reports. Hydrophones lowered into the deep recorded a series of concussive rumbles, each lasting between 6 and 9 seconds. The sound resembled thunderclaps, but carried no lightning, no rain. Crewmen claimed the deck trembled with each strike, vibrations rising upward, as though the seabed itself had learned to echo the sky. Explanations vary. Some suggest undersea landslides, others volcanic gas pockets collapsing with sudden force. Yet each theory collapses under repetition. The sounds appear in areas with no vents, no seismic faults, and no shifting plates. Local fishermen call them the drowned storms. They believe these booms are echoes of tempests buried long ago, replayed across the ocean floor when conditions align. One legend warns that ships sailing directly above may inherit the storm's fate. Struck down without warning, those skies remain calm. The phenomenon leaves nothing behind but silence. The sea grows still after each boom, as if holding its breath, unwilling to reveal its source. And southward in calmer waters, crews tell of another reversal, winds that blow only beneath the waves, currents stirring where no surface breeze exists. In 1931, a Spanish research ship in the Canary Basin logged an unusual current, a wind beneath the waves. Divers deployed to inspect instruments reported the sensation of being pushed sideways as though caught in a gale, yet the surface above remained calm, sails hanging loose. Their bubbles streamed not upward, but at a slant, driven by some invisible force, blowing only under the sea. Later, in 1964, an Italian submersible off Sardinia documented the same. At depths of 40 meters, the craft was buffeted by steady lateral pressure, enough to rattle its frame. The surface, however, stayed mirror-smooth, the sky cloudless. One operator wrote that it felt as though an entire atmosphere had slipped into the water, carrying its storms with it. Oceanographers speculate about subsurface shear layers, density boundaries, where currents slide against one another. Yet those explanations lack weight here. These winds carried rhythm, gusting in bursts, even whistling faintly through equipment, as if passing through rigging. Instruments recorded no seismic event, no external surge, only a directional force without storm. Fishermen in the Mediterranean call them venti summersi, the drowned winds. Stories say they rise from caves deep below, remnants of storms swallowed by the sea, wandering forever beneath the waves. Ships caught in their path sometimes report damage without storm. Timbers strained as though weathered by gales, no sky can explain. The winds vanish as suddenly as they arrive, leaving only calm water above and shaken vessels below. And beyond these drowned winds lies another impossibility, shadows cast on the seafloor where no object blocks the light. In 1922, a Dutch expedition, mapping the Java Sea, captured photographs of shadows etched across the seafloor, where no object floated above. The water was clear, the sun sharp overhead, yet dark silhouettes lay across sand and coral, like the outlines of ships that weren't there. Divers sent below swam through empty light, their own bodies casting shadows that overlapped with shapes that refused to vanish. 4 decades later, in 1963, a French survey team observed the same phenomenon near New Caledonia. They charted vast silhouettes, resembling masts and hulls, some over 50 meters long, lying unmoving on the seabed. The surface was empty, no wrecks, no debris. One diver described it as walking over memories, burned into sand. Explanations falter. Sunlight bends, but only when broken by solid form. Here there was no form, only impressions fixed as though carved into the water itself. Some scientists proposed unique layering of salinity, acting like a lens, projecting phantoms from nowhere. Yet no such layering can hold shapes steady for hours, nor explain why the outlines resembled ships, anchors, even figures standing motionless in groups. Local fishermen whisper that these are the drowned shadows, marks left behind by vessels claimed by the sea. They believe the ocean remembers its losses, writing their outlines on the floor as warnings to those who pass above. By evening, the shadows dissolved, sand bright again, as if nothing had ever touched it. And farther west, other crews tell of a related mystery, footprints stamped across the seabed, leading where no diver had walked. In 1951, divers near the Maldives surfaced with a report that puzzled their commanders. Footprints pressed into the seafloor, stretching into the dark. The impressions were spaced like human steps, each print nearly identical, as though a figure had walked calmly across sand 50 meters below the surface. The divers swore no one among them had gone that far, and the depth was beyond what free divers could endure at the time. Years later, in 1977, a Japanese oceanographic team documented similar tracks near Palau. Photographs show neat rows of depressions, extending in a straight line for almost 200 meters. Some were deep enough to hold pooled silt, as though weight had pressed firmly. Yet no marine animal makes marks so uniform, so precise. When divers followed the path, it ended abruptly at a rock face. No disturbance, no sign of return. Explanations remain elusive. Current-driven scour marks can mimic patterns, but not symmetry. Falling debris leaves chaos, not order. What unsettled scientists most was the depth of the prints, too consistent for shifting sand to preserve. They appeared fresh, as if made moments before discovery. Island lore calls them the wanderer's steps. Fishermen say they are left by travelers who walk between worlds, appearing only long enough to leave proof of passage. Some believe following the prints invites misfortune, that the sea does not want company where it keeps such trails. By the next day, currents erased the tracks, leaving only sand flat and blank. And elsewhere, explorers tell of another impossibility: doors that open and close within coral walls though no hand moves them. In 1933, pearl divers in the Red Sea returned with a tale that spread quickly through the harbours of Port Sudan. Coral walls that opened like doors. While following a reef ridge, they claimed to see a slab split cleanly down the centre, parting wide enough for two men to swim through. Inside was not darkness, but a corridor glowing faint blue, lined with branching coral that pulsed faintly, as if alive. The passage remained open for minutes before sealing without a trace, the seam fusing into natural reef. Decades later, in 1960, a French diving team in the Indian Ocean reported nearly the same. While photographing a reef shelf, they saw an entire face rotate slowly inward, exposing a hollow chamber behind it. When they entered, cameras fogged, compasses spun, and their air gauges began to tick down faster than expected. Within minutes, the wall closed again, nearly trapping them inside. Marine biologists dismiss such stories as disorientation, tricks of light, or collapses of unstable coral. Yet photographs from the French dive show something peculiar: a straight vertical seam too sharp to be natural. Island traditions speak of the moving reefs, places where coral acts as gatekeeper, revealing hidden chambers, only under certain moons. Some say these are memories of drowned temples, glimpsed briefly before the ocean hides them once more. Whatever the truth, the diver's testimony is consistent. Coral that shifts, opens and closes, not like stone but like something that chooses. And elsewhere, seafarers speak of reefs that do more than open, they sing. In 1948, divers surveying reefs near Mauritius reported a sound that seemed to come not from the sea around them, but from the coral itself, a low, continuous hum, like stones singing. At first they thought it was equipment interference, yet when the machines were cut, the sound remained, vibrating through their bodies, as though the reef carried a hidden voice. Decades earlier, in 1907, fishermen in the same region told of nights when reefs chanted, the waters trembling with tones that pulsed in rhythm. Nets lowered into these areas returned empty, as though fish fled the vibrations. One logbook describes an eerie harmony, multiple pitches overlapping, rising and falling in patterns, too structured to dismiss as current noise. Marine biologists have long documented snapping shrimp, whales and fish choruses, but none align with these events. The hum does not drift or fade with tide. It holds steady, echoing through coral walls, as though something inside them vibrates deliberately. Divers note the effect intensifies near certain formations, where passages ring like hollow bells when touched. Local islanders call these reefs the choirs of the sea. Folklore claims the coral remembers, storing storms and voices, releasing them when the ocean demands. Some even believe the songs are warnings, reverberations of approaching danger, though no pattern has been confirmed. When the sound ceases, silence deepens so sharply, it feels heavier than the hum itself. And farther west, beyond these singing reefs, mariners have reported another sound, not harmony, but a single unbroken note that lingers for hours. In 1910, surveyors off the coast of Tasmania logged an unnerving anomaly, a single note that resonated through the sea for hours. Hydrophones picked up the tone at precisely 21 Hz, a frequency low enough to press into the body more than the ear. Crew described the sensation of their bones vibrating, tools rattling softly in lockers, while the air above remained still. In 1958, a Soviet expedition in the Barents Sea documented a nearly identical event. For 3 hours, a monotone hum filled the water, steady as an organ pipe. The submersible crew reported nausea and blurred vision, as though the sound bent perception itself. The note never wavered, never broke, until it stopped abruptly, leaving silence sharper than before. Scientists often dismiss such reports as mechanical interference or resonance from shifting plates. Yet neither explains the consistency. No quake holds perfect pitch. No machinery sustains hours of tone without falter. And these notes appear across oceans, reported in the Atlantic, Pacific, and polar seas alike. Seafarers call it the endless bell. They believe it marks boundaries, places where the sea itself tolls in warning. Some claim those who linger too long hear words hidden in the vibration, syllables stretched beyond recognition, as if the ocean were speaking in a language too vast to decode. When the sound ceases, silence feels deeper, heavier, as though something immense has closed its mouth. And farther south, explorers tell of another acoustic mystery, choruses without singers, where the sea fills with voices no creature owns. In 1939, a British research team, working off the coast of Madagascar, reported recording a chorus that had no singers. Hydrophones lowered into 200 meters, picked up dozens of overlapping voices, layered in harmony, yet no whales, dolphins or fish schools appeared on sonar. The sound rose and fell in patterns like hymns, structured and measured, carrying on for nearly an hour, before dissolving into silence. Decades later, in 1966, an American submarine encountered the same phenomenon near the Azores. The crew described it as entering a cathedral underwater, their entire hull vibrating with tones that seemed to echo from every direction. When they surfaced, the sea was empty. No ships, no animals, nothing to explain the choir beneath. Biologists argue for unknown species, or the overlapping of distant whale calls refracted across layers. But the recordings show intervals too precise for chance. Harmonies in scales no known animal sings. One analyst described them as music written without instruments, yet arranged as if rehearsed. Local sailors have older names for the effect. In Portuguese it is called as vozes perdidas, the lost voices. Folklore warns that these choirs are the ocean remembering, repeating sounds taken from shipwrecks, prayers, and dying breaths. To listen too closely, they say, is to join the memory yourself. When the chorus ends, silence feels wrong, as though the sea itself has swallowed a story it will never return. And in other waters, Sailors have spoken of the opposite, not many voices together, but a single cry that no ocean should ever make. In 1928, fishermen off the coast of Ireland swore they heard a sound no sea should ever carry, a solitary cry that rose from beneath the waves. It was not whale, not gull, not storm. It was sharp, human-like, cutting through the night air, before vanishing into silence. The men described it as both distant and near, echoing across the deck as if the ocean itself had screamed. In 1955, an American weather vessel documented a similar occurrence in the North Atlantic. At 3:14 a.m., crew on watch heard a piercing wail rise from under the hull. Instruments detected no whales, no seismic tremors. The sound lasted 22 seconds, high and trembling, before collapsing into a low groan that seemed to sink into the seabed. One officer compared it to a voice tearing itself apart. Theories have circled ever since. Some argue these are extreme pressure shifts, producing resonance. Others suggest icebergs calving below the surface, echoing like cries. Yet none of these explanations align with the pitch or the uncanny impression of language. Seafarers call it the lone cry. Legends claim it is the ocean mourning its own losses. Ships, sailors, cities drowned. To hear it is to be reminded that the sea keeps memory not with words, but with sorrow given form. When the cry ends, silence feels colder, as though the world has recoiled. And in the tropics, sailors tell of a different voice, not sorrowful, but playful, laughter rolling from the depths with no one there to laugh. In 1904, a merchant vessel sailing near the Caribbean logged an account unlike any storm or squall. Laughter drifting upward from the sea. It began faint, like the ripple of voices carried across water, then sharpened into bursts of unmistakable mirth. Crewmen swore it circled the hull, echoing from beneath, as though dozens of unseen figures were laughing just out of sight. The sound rose and fell in waves, playful yet chilling, lasting nearly an hour before vanishing. Half a century later, in 1959, a Panamanian freighter near the same waters recorded something similar. Officers on watch reported hearing chuckles that grew into peals of laughter surrounding the ship. Hydrophones lowered into the depths picked up not whale calls or static, but rhythmic bursts that mirrored human cadence too closely to ignore. The sea itself seemed to be in on a joke. Sailors call this phenomenon the laughing tide. Folklore warns that it is no blessing. Some say it is the sea mocking those who cross it. Others that it is the echo of drowned voices repeating their last sounds. Legends claim crews who hear it often return unsettled, restless for weeks, as though the laughter has followed them inland. Scientists argue for auditory illusions, overlapping currents bending distant sounds into patterns mistaken for laughter. Yet no experiment has recreated the cadence. The timing too deliberate, too human. And farther east, accounts grow darker still. Not laughter or cries, but whispers, thousands of them, murmuring just beneath the waves. In 1937, a British freighter drifting through the Sargasso Sea reported a sound that chilled its crew, whispers rising from beneath the waves. The men leaned over the rails and swore they heard voices, hundreds of them, layered so closely that no single word could be caught. It was not the rush of wind, nor the hiss of foam. It was speech too faint to understand, yet too deliberate to dismiss. A decade later, in 1948, an American oceanographic team, anchored in the same waters, experienced the same. Hydrophones lowered into the depths recorded a faint murmur, a constant weaving of tones that mimicked human cadence. When amplified, it carried the unmistakable rhythm of conversation, pauses, overlaps, interruptions, as if an invisible crowd gathered beneath the keel. Yet the ocean around them lay empty, sonar returning no life, no vessels. Some scientists attribute these whispers to overlapping currents, their turbulence producing patterns that trick the ear. Others blame deep-sea creatures, yet to be identified. But neither explains the eerie sense of intention, the feeling that the whispers react, shifting in tempo as if aware of being overheard. Sailors call this the crowd below. Folklore claims they are the voices of those claimed by the sea, fragments replayed forever in a tongue that cannot be understood. Crews often leave such waters quickly, unnerved not by storms but by the certainty of being surrounded. And across the Pacific, travelers tell of another auditory phantom, not whispers, but music played on instruments no sailor carried aboard. In 1922, a Norwegian whaling ship reported hearing music rising through the hull. The crew described it as strings plucked in sequence, faint yet clear enough to carry melody. No instruments were aboard, no nearby ships to explain it. The sound echoed as though the vessel itself had become a violin, timbers vibrating with notes no storm or sea could have produced. In 1950, a Dutch survey expedition near the Banda Sea recorded something similar. Hydrophones captured bursts of tone arranged like scales, rising and falling in patterns too deliberate for coincidence. The crew swore the melody shifted when they adjusted their course, as if responding. They noted the timber resembled flutes carried on currents, though no wind touched the surface. Explanations falter. Biologists suggest marine life producing rhythmic sounds. Geologists propose shifting plates mimicking tones. Yet neither accounts for harmony, nor for the precision of tempo too measured to be accident, too structured to dismiss. Fishermen of Indonesia have older tales. They speak of the sea's orchestra, claiming that hidden cities beneath the waves still play, their music carried upward through stone and tide. Some believe these songs are invitations, others that they are warnings meant only for those passing overhead. The phenomenon never lingers long. Hours after the last note fades, silence deepens and the sea feels heavier, as though reluctant to let go of sound. And in colder waters mariners speak of another strangeness, not music but bells that toll underwater, steady as if calling unseen congregations. In 1911, a Canadian fishing crew near Newfoundland reported hearing church bells tolling beneath the sea. The sound carried clear as iron on air, low chimes rising through the waves, steady as though calling to mass. The nearest town lay more than 30 miles inland, and no vessel nearby carried bells of such size. Yet the tones repeated for hours, measured and solemn, before vanishing as suddenly as they began. 3 decades later, in 1941, a British convoy passing near Iceland heard the same. Multiple ships logged the sound simultaneously, bells tolling in sequence, their resonance stronger below deck than above. Hydrophones captured the tones, but the recordings distorted, leaving only fragments of low metallic echoes. Sailors swore they felt the sound vibrating in their ribs, as though the bells rang inside their chests, rather than across the sea. Local folklore long predates these reports. Greenlandic stories tell of the drowned chapels, churches claimed by the ocean, whose bells still toll to warn of storms. Fishermen say hearing them is both curse and blessing, a sign of danger near, but also proof that one has been spared for the moment. Scientists argue for shifting ice grinding against itself, producing tones that mimic bells. Others suggest distant storms refracted strangely across layers. Yet none explain the consistency of intervals, measured, deliberate, too structured to be accident. And far to the south, in warmer waters, mariners tell of another signal from below, drums beating steadily, as though the sea carried its own heart. In 1925, a Portuguese cargo ship passing the Azores reported hearing drums beating beneath the waves. The rhythm was steady, 4 strokes repeated in perfect intervals, echoing through the hull as though the sea itself had grown a heartbeat. Crewmen swore the vibrations pressed into their chests, matching pulse for pulse until the sound abruptly ceased. 3 decades later, in 1956, a Soviet trawler off Kamchatka experienced the same. Hydrophones captured the pattern, deep percussive strikes spaced precisely 10 seconds apart, resonating across kilometers. The ocean floor in that region revealed no seismic activity, no detonations, nothing to account for the resonance. When played back at higher speed, the recording resembled a drum roll, accelerating into silence. Explanations lean toward underwater landslides, or pressure collapses within deep caverns. Yet landslides roar, caverns echo irregularly. These beats were too deliberate, too uniform, as if struck by unseen hands. The precision unsettled even the scientists who analyzed it. Local islanders in the Pacific call them the sea's heart. Legends say the ocean occasionally reveals its pulse to remind sailors of its living nature. Others whisper they are war drums sounded from depths we cannot reach, warnings of movements far below. When the drumming ends, the silence is worse. The sea feels emptied, its rhythm withdrawn, leaving sailors uneasy, as though something vast had paused mid-breath, listening back. And farther west, crews describe yet another impossibility: currents that form spirals of foam, but spin soundlessly, like whirlpools without voice. In 1930, a German research vessel in the South Atlantic documented an anomaly they named the Silent Spiral. At dawn, the crew noticed a vast ring of foam etched across the surface, slowly rotating like a whirlpool. Yet the water inside did not churn. Waves slipped smoothly along its rim, but no sound followed. Not the hiss of bubbles, not the slap of water. The ocean turned in silence, as though its voice had been stripped away. 2 decades later, in 1952, a Chilean fishing fleet encountered something similar. Their nets drifted into a spiral, more than a kilometer wide. The ropes tugged sideways, pulled in a slow rotation, yet the sea remained eerily calm. One sailor described the sensation as being carried by a ghost tide, invisible hands spinning the ship without touch. Not a splash echoed from the motion. Even their own voices seemed muffled within its boundary. Scientists attribute such spirals to colliding currents, where foam collects along rotating edges. But colliding currents roar. They drag ships, they thrash water. These spirals rotate like clocks, precise and noiseless, their silence more haunting than turbulence. Local sailors whisper that the spirals are writing made by the sea. Some claim each foam ring is a symbol, a letter in a language too large to read. Others believe they mark places where the ocean has chosen to erase sound itself. When the spiral dissolves, normal surf returns, loud, crashing, alive. But witnesses never forget the hush that replaced the sea's own voice. And farther north, sailors tell of another mark: tidal walls that rise without warning, separating calm from calm, like glass lifted between two oceans. In 1917, a British patrol ship in the North Sea logged an extraordinary sight: a wall of water rising without storm. It did not surge like a wave, nor crash like a breaker. Instead, a vertical sheet lifted between calm seas, stretching nearly 2 kilometers in length, translucent and motionless. The vessel drifted within meters of it, the crew staring at their own reflections, as if a pane of glass had been raised from the ocean floor. Minutes later, the wall dissolved, collapsing into ripples, too small to match the mass they had witnessed. Again in 1962, Norwegian whalers reported a similar phenomenon off Svalbard. They described a towering partition of water, silent and sheer, dividing the ocean into 2 still basins. Birds veered away, refusing to cross. When one boat ventured too close, the crew claimed their voices distorted, words breaking into echoes as though bouncing from invisible stone. Explanations range from mirages to internal waves, forced upward by hidden shifts. Yet no internal wave stands still, and no mirage can bend the sea into a wall that halts the wind itself. Locals in coastal Norway call them havegger, sea walls. Old stories warn that they are boundaries, moments when the ocean remembers where it once ended and where another world began. Ships that attempt to pierce them are said to emerge hours later, their clocks out of step, their crews unwilling to describe what they saw. And far across the Pacific, sailors describe a related enigma: circles of mist that drift over open water, their centers impossibly dry. In 1929, a Spanish freighter in the South Pacific encountered what crewmen called a ring of mist, with nothing inside. The fog formed a perfect circle, nearly half a mile across, drifting slowly across calm seas. Within the circle, the air was dry, the water still, and no moisture clung to skin or canvas. Sailors stepped into it, expecting damp chill, but found only silence, as though the mist were a wall enclosing emptiness. In 1958, a Brazilian research vessel reported the same off the coast of Recife. From the deck, officers watched mist spiral around them in a widening circle, leaving the center clear. The rim thickened until it resembled a boundary of smoke, its edges curling like the rim of a crater. Yet within, the air remained unnaturally crisp. Birds flew toward the ring, only to veer suddenly, wings stiffening as they skirted its edges. Scientists note fog banks can form strange geometries when air layers clash, but no weather model accounts for rings that drift intact across open sea. These circles move deliberately, their edges sharp, their interiors eerily untouched. Local sailors call them the hollow veils. Some claim they are ports between worlds, breathing faint vapor as they move. Others believe they are prisons, boundaries drawn by the sea to mark what should remain unseen. When the mist vanishes, nothing is left but ordinary air. Yet those who have stood inside insist the silence lingers, pressing against memory long after. And farther south, whalers once described another mystery: columns of water rising skyward, but never falling back as rain. In 1913, a Norwegian whaler in the South Atlantic logged a terrifying sight: a column of water rising skyward, like a pillar vanishing before it fell. The crew expected spray to collapse back into waves, but the stream climbed silently into cloud, dissolving before their eyes. The sea below remained unbroken, as if it had never been touched. In 1961, a Panamanian tanker near Madagascar witnessed something nearly identical. A vast plume of water, narrow yet towering, ascended from the horizon. Through binoculars it shimmered with faint light, twisting like smoke. When the ship approached, instruments failed, compasses spun, radios carried only static. The column shrank, fading into mist, leaving the ocean calm and empty. Meteorologists have linked such reports to waterspouts, violent columns spun by wind. Yet waterspouts roar and churn. They drag ships, scatter waves. These columns moved with silence, straight and steady, lifting water as though by invisible hand. And unlike storms, no weather preceded or followed them. Local legends in West Africa call them the sky wells. Sailors believed they were passages where the sea offered itself back to the heavens. To sail beneath one was considered dangerous, not for drowning but for forgetting. Crews returning days later, unable to recall what had passed. No photographs exist, only accounts written in trembling script. Columns that rise, never to fall. And farther east, beyond these sky wells, mariners describe an opposite wonder: holes in the sea where water pours downward endlessly into the dark. In 1924, a British steamer crossing the South Atlantic entered waters where the crew swore they saw a hole in the sea. From the bridge, it looked like a vast, circular depression, a basin carved into the waves with edges curling inward as if water drained into the earth. The ship altered course, steering wide around the anomaly. Those who leaned over the rails said they saw no bottom, only darkness falling away into impossible depth. In 1966, a Soviet survey craft documented a similar sight near the Indian Ocean ridge. The anomaly measured nearly half a kilometer across. Foam traced its edges, spinning in lazy arcs, yet no turbulence struck the hull. Sounding lines lowered into the void gave no return, as though swallowed into silence. After 20 minutes, the depression filled in, flattening into unbroken sea. Oceanographers suggest these are rare downwellings, points where surface water collapses downward with unusual strength. But downwellings leave drift, debris, pressure changes. These holes leave nothing: no shift in current, no trace on instruments, no explanation. Island legends call them the sea's mouths. Fishermen say they open briefly to swallow what does not belong: boats, birds, even memories. Some tales warn that to gaze too long into one is to feel yourself slipping forward, drawn toward a fall that has no end. By morning the waters showed no scar, only sailors' voices, shaken, insisting they had stared into a void alive. And farther west, ships tell of another impossibility: waves that rise, but curve downward, folding into the sea instead of the sky. In 1908, a German schooner crossing the Atlantic recorded a sight that defied every sailor's sense of motion. Waves that curved downward. Instead of cresting into the sky, the swells folded into the sea itself, bending as though pulled by gravity in reverse. Crewmen described the troughs deepening unnaturally, pulling light with them until the horizon looked torn. Then, in an instant, the ocean flattened, calm as if nothing had occurred. Again in 1967, a Chilean research vessel reported the same near the Drake Passage. The sea rose in a long swell, but instead of breaking, the wave arched toward the depths, collapsing inward without splash. Instruments recorded pressure shifts that suggested movement below, yet the water's surface showed no debris, no foam. One scientist aboard compared it to watching a curtain pulled under the floor. Marine experts call these accounts illusions, tricks of perspective, when high swells meet unusual currents. But eyewitnesses insist the motion was unmistakable. A wave rising downward, folding the wrong way. Among seafarers, such events are called the inverted seas. Folklore warns they are rehearsals of something vast moving below, the ocean bending in respect to its passing. Ships caught nearby often report silence afterward, as though sound itself had been pulled down with the fold. The phenomenon is brief, minutes at most, but unforgettable. An ocean that forgets its own rules, bowing downward instead of upward. And in calmer waters, another strangeness appears. Currents that braid together like ropes, twisting in perfect knots across the surface. In 1934, a Portuguese cargo vessel, passing the Cape Verde Islands, entered waters where the crew saw currents braiding together like ropes. Thin bands of water, each a different shade of blue, twisted across the surface, intertwining as if woven by unseen hands. The braids stretched for miles, curling and tightening before unspooling into ordinary sea. In 1959, a Japanese survey ship near Palau logged a nearly identical phenomenon. Officers described three distinct streams, one pale, one dark, one almost green, winding around one another with the precision of plaited cord. Instruments confirmed the currents moved in separate directions yet never collided, holding their shapes as though bound by invisible threads. The braids persisted for hours before dissolving into foam. Oceanographers have long studied convergent zones where waters of different salinity or temperature meet, but convergence scatters and clashes, leaving turbulence. These braids displayed no turbulence, no churn, just perfect symmetry. Divers who entered them swore the sensation was uncanny, pressure pulling differently on each limb, as if their bodies were being threaded into the pattern itself. Island folklore calls them the sea's ropes. Fishermen say they appear when the ocean is tying knots, holding something in place below. Some claim they are boundaries meant to contain, others believe they are marks of memory, the sea weaving reminders of what it has taken. The braids vanish as quickly as they form, leaving no trace but the image of water tied into impossible knots. And farther east, sailors speak of another impossibility, stars reflected in the sea that move where the sky does not. In 1919, a British patrol ship stationed near Malta reported a phenomenon that baffled its crew, stars moving in the sea where the sky remained still. On a calm night, sailors noticed constellations mirrored perfectly in the black surface. Yet when they looked upward, the heavens above were unchanged. The sea's reflections drifted, sliding across the waves in slow arcs, bending into new shapes, while the sky's true stars stayed fixed. In 1946, an American submarine surfaced in the Coral Sea and documented something similar. Officers described the reflection of Orion shifting eastward, its belt twisting out of alignment, while the real constellation remained steady overhead. For almost an hour, the mirrored stars rippled and migrated, forming patterns no chart had ever drawn. When dawn came, the sea returned to black, featureless water. Scientists suggest bioluminescent plankton, clustering in unusual ways, forming light patterns mistaken for starlight. Yet the mirrored constellations were precise, too sharp for chance, too aligned for drifting organisms. Some sailors even swore they saw unfamiliar constellations appear, shapes that belonged to no sky they knew. Mediterranean folklore calls them the drowned stars. Stories say the ocean sometimes borrows the night sky, bending its light into new arrangements to remind men how small they are. Others whisper the stars are not borrowed but original, celestial patterns that exist only in the deep, revealed briefly on the surface before sinking back into darkness. And beyond these drowned stars lies another riddle, islands that appear fully formed, complete with trees and smoke, only to vanish by sunrise. In 1927, a French steamship, en route to Casablanca, charted land, where no map placed it, an island rising from the sea, complete with trees and smoke. From the bridge, officers saw ridges of dark stone, gulls circling overhead, and what appeared to be faint trails of firelight along a shoreline. The captain ordered approach, but within 3 miles, the island began to blur, its edges dissolving into haze. By dawn, the sea was empty. In 1954, a Panamanian freighter crossing the South Pacific reported the same illusion. The crew spotted coastline with hills and green canopy, even what looked like huts strung along the beach. When a launch boat was lowered to investigate, the island faded like mist, leaving only waves beneath. The men returned shaken, their compass needles spinning as if reluctant to settle. Geographers sometimes classify these sightings as phantom islands, mirages formed by temperature inversions, bending distant landscapes into view. But these accounts contradict that theory. The land masses appear fully formed, close enough to detail vegetation and smoke. Some sailors insist they even smelled soil and burning wood. Seafarers call them the borrowed shores. Legends say the ocean occasionally reveals places not meant to be seen, fragments of lands drowned or hidden, lifted briefly to the surface before vanishing. Ships that chase them rarely find their way back without error, as though the pursuit itself was unwelcome. And farther into the Atlantic, sailors tell of another deception, not entire islands, but cities glowing beneath the waves, their lights burning where no people live. In 1936, a Spanish cargo ship crossing the Atlantic reported sighting a city burning beneath the waves. From the deck, sailors saw rows of lights spread across the seafloor, glowing in straight lines as though outlining streets. Some swore they saw towers rising faintly, their windows flickering with fire that never reached the surface. The vision lasted half an hour before dimming into blackness, leaving nothing but rolling water. In 1965, a Brazilian research submarine recorded similar lights near the mid-Atlantic ridge. Through portholes, the crew observed clusters of illumination, some arranged in arcs, others forming grids. No organisms appeared nearby, no luminescent fish, no drifting plankton. The glow came from the seafloor itself. Cameras captured only faint traces before failing unexpectedly. By the time they recovered, the lights had gone. Oceanographers argue for bioluminescent colonies or chemical discharges, but neither explains the geometric order, the grids, the lines, the suggestion of architecture. Fishermen call them the drowned cities. Stories say these are remnants of land swallowed by the sea, their lights burning briefly as memory before sinking forever. Some legends even claim the ocean itself preserves them, showing them only to remind travelers of what lies beneath. No expedition has confirmed them twice in the same place. The cities glow, then vanish, leaving sailors uncertain whether they witnessed geology, biology, or something far older, returning for a moment. And beyond these drowned lights, mariners report another vision, ships that shine like lanterns, visible only when the moon disappears. In 1912, fishermen off the coast of Portugal reported a sight that unsettled even seasoned crews, ships glowing like lanterns on moonless nights. The vessels appeared in silence, their hulls outlined in pale light, as if painted with fire. One fisherman swore he saw sails filled by invisible wind, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. When the men attempted to follow, the ships dimmed, fading into darkness, until only the black horizon remained. A British destroyer in 1944 recorded something similar in the North Atlantic. Radar showed no vessels nearby, yet watchmen on deck saw 3 luminous silhouettes, moving in formation. Their lights pulsed in rhythm, not with waves, but as if guided by heartbeat. Within an hour, they vanished, leaving the destroyer adrift in ordinary waters. Instruments showed no trace. Compasses spun briefly, then steadied. Explanations suggest bioluminescent algae coating, drifting debris, or reflections of distant lightning. Yet algae do not arrange themselves into the shape of fleets, and lightning leaves thunder. These ships glow silently, precisely, their forms too defined for chance. Sailors call them the lantern ships. Legends claim they are vessels taken long ago, returning not in flesh but in memory, their lights marking routes that no living captain should follow. To pursue them is considered dangerous, for those who chase often lose bearings and find themselves days off course. And farther south, sailors tell of another haunting, voices calling from empty lifeboats, adrift with no one aboard. In 1920, a Dutch freighter traveling through the Indian Ocean discovered a lifeboat drifting alone. It floated upright, oars neatly secured, canvas folded, as if waiting for passengers. When sailors drew closer, they heard voices, muffled conversation, indistinct but unmistakably human. Yet when the boat was boarded, it was empty. The sound ceased the moment a man's foot touched the wood. In 1957, a Brazilian tanker reported a similar encounter off Cape Verde. A lifeboat was sighted at dusk, lantern swinging from its bow. Crew heard shouting in Portuguese, voices calling for aid. But when they secured it, the boat was bare, lantern extinguished, wood damp and rotting. Hydrophones lowered into the sea nearby picked up faint murmurs, as though dozens of people spoke just beneath the surface. Maritime authorities often dismiss such accounts as tricks of echo, wind-bending voices across long distances. But lifeboats discovered at sea are sometimes too weathered, their timbers years old, far beyond any recent wreck. And still the voices come, clear, insistent, fading only when the boats are touched. Sailors call them the speaking boats. Folklore claims they are fragments of disasters, vessels forever replaying the cries of those lost. Some warn that listening too closely invites madness, for the voices shift tone, sometimes laughing, sometimes pleading, sometimes calling sailors by name. The lifeboats never remain long. By morning they drift away, or vanish entirely. And farther east, crews tell of another haunting presence, ropes coiled neatly on deck that begin to move on their own. In 1938, a Danish trawler recorded a strange event in its log. Ropes coiled on deck began to move on their own. At first, the crew suspected rats beneath the lines, but the coils shifted too smoothly, unspooling across the planks in perfect arcs. The ropes dragged without hands, knotting themselves before falling still. When sailors reached to grab them, the movement stopped instantly, as though aware of being watched. In 1969, a Japanese fishing vessel near Hokkaido reported nearly the same. Thick hawsers, secured hours earlier, began to tighten and release in rhythm, pulsing like veins. Crewmen swore they felt the deck tremble beneath each tug, as though the sea below was pulling directly on the fibers. When they cut one line loose, it slid across the boards and over the rail, vanishing into the water without a splash. Explanations suggest swelling from damp fibers, currents tugging against anchors, or ship vibration. Yet no vibration ties knots, no damp rope slithers across a deck with direction. These ropes behave as though guided, their patterns too deliberate for chance. Sailors call them the waking lines. Folklore says they are touched by drowned hands, reminders of crews pulled into the deep. Others claim the sea itself borrows the tools of sailors, animating them briefly as warnings. The movement never lasts long. Within minutes, the ropes fall limp again, harmless lengths of hemp, but men who've seen it swear they never coil lines the same way again. And elsewhere, ships report another oddity, anchors that rise back to the surface without being hauled. In 1926, a British freighter drifting through the Strait of Malacca reported an unsettling occurrence, anchors rising back to the surface without being hauled. Crew had dropped iron weights into 30 meters of water, chains rattling down. Yet minutes later the anchors floated upward, breaking through waves with no hand on the winch. The men swore the steel was buoyant, bobbing gently before sinking again, as though released by an unseen grip. In 1953, a Greek cargo vessel near Cyprus documented the same. Anchors lowered to secure the ship began to lift, chains tightening with such force that winches strained against them. Believing a submarine beneath had dragged them, the captain ordered retreat, but sonar showed nothing. Moments later, the anchors surfaced, clean and dry, as if the sea itself had rejected them. Explanations point to undersea gas pockets, or upward surges of current. Yet gas rises violently, and currents drag unpredictably. These anchors moved smoothly, deliberately, as if pulled upward by equal hands on both sides. Sailors call them the risen weights. Folklore claims they are moments when the sea refuses binding, when no metal can hold its floor. Some say they mark places where the ocean will not be claimed, its depths unwilling to share. The events never last long, but sailors who witness them often sail on without anchoring again, unsettled by the memory of iron floating where only sinking should exist. And farther south, mariners tell of another inversion, storms raging deep underwater, their fury never touching the surface. In 1922, a French trawler operating near the Bay of Biscay logged a phenomenon the crew later called a storm beneath the waves. The surface of the sea remained flat and silver, reflecting a cloudless sky, yet the hull shook, as though battered by unseen gales. Nets dragged sideways, straining against currents that rose and fell like gusts of wind. One sailor swore he heard thunder booming below, muffled as if trapped inside water. 3 decades later, in 1955, a Soviet submersible exploring near the Kuril Trench reported a similar disturbance. At a depth of 300 meters, the craft was thrown by violent surges, its frame rattling with pressure spikes. Through portholes, the crew saw whirlwinds of silt and plankton twisting like funnel clouds across the seabed. Yet when they surfaced, the ocean lay calm, waves lapping gently against steel. Explanations point toward internal waves, or sudden releases of trapped gas. But internal waves ripple slowly, and gas eruptions scatter violently. Neither fits the sustained rhythm described by those who endured it, the sense of squalls moving with intent, hammering below but refusing to touch the surface. Sailors call them the drowned tempests. Folklore says these storms belong to another ocean hidden beneath ours, occasionally brushing upward in anger. Ships that linger in such waters often return creaking, timbers groaning, as though they had weathered a storm no sky ever saw. And farther west, sailors whisper of another force, not storms below, but currents that twist themselves into spirals so tight, they vanish like smoke. In 1933, a Norwegian whaling vessel in the South Atlantic encountered what they later called vanishing spirals. Foam curled into a spiral, half a kilometer wide, tightening into a whirlpool without sound. The water pulled outward instead of inward, edges spinning faster until the spiral shrank to nothing, dissolving like smoke erased by wind. No wave remained, no turbulence, just flat sea, as though the event had been imagined. 2 decades later, in 1954, a Chilean naval patrol reported the same near Valparaiso. At sunrise, sailors observed 3 spirals form simultaneously, each a perfect coil of foam. They rotated without pull, ships unaffected, though the circles narrowed visibly. When one officer cast a line across, it snapped taut, vibrating as if held by invisible force. Within minutes, all 3 spirals contracted and vanished. The sea returned to stillness, leaving only memory of the patterns. Oceanographers sometimes cite surface interference or countercurrents, but those scatter, they clash. No current disappears without residue. These spirals fold into themselves like writing erased deliberately. Local traditions in Chile speak of the sea's handwriting. Fishermen believe the spirals are messages, brief marks of intention, never meant to last. Some say to witness one is to read a warning, though its meaning is forever unclear. They vanish quickly, leaving sailors uneasy, haunted not by what they saw, but by what the sea chose not to keep. And in warmer waters, another strangeness is told: rains that fall in colors no storm should ever carry. In 1902, a merchant vessel in the Arabian Sea reported being caught beneath a storm of red rain. The droplets stained sails and decks crimson, clinging to ropes like paint. At first, the crew believed it blood, though the scent was metallic rather than organic. When jars of the rain were stored below, the liquid turned clear by morning, leaving behind only faint rust-colored sediment. In 1937, another account emerged from the South Pacific. A British freighter crossed through rainfall green as jade, so thick it tinted the sea's surface emerald. Sailors described their skin glowing faintly under lantern light, as though dusted with phosphorescence. By dawn, the water washed clean, the rain leaving no trace. Scientists often cite desert dust swept into clouds, coloring rainfall as it descends, and sometimes, spores or pollen explain odd hues. But these storms occur far from deserts, far from forests, appearing without warning in open ocean, where no land lies to supply such matter. Seafarers call them the painted rains. Legends claim they are fragments of other skies, carried briefly into ours, or offerings spilled from storms in places we cannot see. Some whisper they are warnings, the sea staining itself to remind sailors of lives it has already taken. Whatever their cause, the rains never linger. They pass in silence, leaving men staring at sails stained unnatural colors, knowing the ocean has painted them with mystery. And farther north, sailors recount another vision: waters that glow not from above, but from fire burning beneath. In 1921, a British freighter, off the coast of Morocco, reported sailing across waters that seemed to burn from below. Flames glowed beneath the surface, orange and gold, twisting like fire trapped under glass. The ocean above was calm, yet the glow moved as though entire forests blazed unseen beneath the keel. Crewmen lowered buckets, expecting smoke or heat. What they drew up was ordinary seawater, cold to the touch, carrying only the faint scent of sulfur. Again in 1958, a Soviet survey vessel near the Kuril Islands documented the same. For nearly 40 minutes, the sea shimmered with fire beneath the waves, spreading in shifting shapes like burning oil, but no slick coated the surface, no residue clung to nets. Divers refused to enter, unsettled by the sight of flames moving too deliberately, as if chasing unseen currents below. Volcanic vents are often cited as explanation, but vents leave trails, bubbles, gas, mineral scars on the floor. These fires leave nothing, burning without smoke, without ash, without source. Sailors call them the drowned flames. Legends say they are memories of cities lost, their hearths still smouldering in the deep. Others whisper they are warnings, sparks from some vast engine buried far below, waking slowly over centuries. When the glow fades, the sea grows darker than before, as though the water itself has swallowed its own fire. And farther west, sailors report another impossibility: clouds forming beneath the ocean, drifting like storms sealed under glass. In 1929, a Norwegian expedition near Greenland reported a sight that baffled even seasoned ice sailors: clouds forming beneath the sea. From the deck, they saw pale shapes drifting below, vast billows of white and grey suspended in water, like storms trapped under glass. The forms moved slowly, curling and folding like thunderheads, yet the surface above remained calm. Again in 1952, a French oceanographic team, exploring the South Pacific, documented similar formations. Divers descending through clear water swam into milky walls of haze that hung in mid-depth, as if fog had been poured into the ocean. Instruments lost signal inside, compasses spun, and visibility shrank to less than a meter. When they emerged, the water was crystal clear again, the clouds left behind in silent drift. Scientists suggest plumes of silt, volcanic discharge, or blooms of microorganisms, but plumes scatter, discharge stains, and blooms drift with tide. These clouds held shape, rolling in layers that mimicked weather systems. One diver swore he heard faint rumbling inside, like muted thunder, carried through liquid air. Sailors call them the drowned skies. Folklore says they are storms exiled beneath the surface, remnants of tempests that the ocean swallowed whole. To pass through them is considered bad luck, for crews say the haze clings to memory, leaving men disoriented long after returning to deck. When the clouds vanish, they leave no residue, only the memory of walking through weather that should never have belonged underwater. And elsewhere, sailors speak of another vision, rainbows rising not in the sky, but arcing from sea to sea. In 1915, a British merchant steamer, crossing the Indian Ocean, recorded a spectacle the crew could not explain: a rainbow rising from the sea, arcing to meet the water again, with no sky above it. It stretched like a bridge, a perfect loop, glowing against a cloudless horizon. The colors shimmered brighter than any ordinary rainbow, their bands almost metallic, reflecting off the waves, as if painted in fire. In 1949, an American survey vessel reported the same near the Philippine Sea. At dawn, sailors watched arcs of color spring directly from the surface, twin rainbows meeting in the middle to form a closed ring. No rain fell, no spray lingered, yet the arcs held for nearly 10 minutes before collapsing into pale mist. Compasses aboard shuddered briefly, then steadied when the vision disappeared. Meteorologists point to refraction, sunlight bent by crystals or droplets suspended in air. But these arcs formed without rain, in skies too dry for halos, with their bases firmly planted in the water. No conventional explanation accounts for closed loops rising from the sea itself. Sailors call them the ocean bridges. Folklore claims they are gates between waters, crossings laid briefly across unseen thresholds. Some say ships that sail beneath never return the same. Crews speak softly afterward, as if afraid their words might break the colors they passed through. The rainbows vanish as suddenly as they appear, leaving the horizon empty, as though the sea had been testing its own light. And farther north, another marvel is told: stars seen glowing beneath the water, moving in constellations of their own. In 1932, a Dutch cargo vessel in the South Pacific reported gazing over the side at night and seeing constellations glowing beneath the sea. At first, the men assumed it was bioluminescent plankton drifting in patches, but the lights aligned too precisely, arranged in patterns identical to Orion and Cassiopeia. What disturbed them more was that the stars beneath moved independently of the sky above, sliding slowly east while the heavens remained fixed. In 1951, a Chilean research vessel confirmed a similar event near Easter Island. The ocean floor shimmered with points of light, glowing pale blue. They formed geometric shapes, some matching known constellations, others unfamiliar. Divers sent below reported the lights retreating as they descended, keeping distance like lanterns lowered deeper into the dark. When they surfaced, the formations returned, perfectly aligned again. Scientists attribute these visions to schools of luminescent creatures, drawn into unusual patterns by current. But no swarm holds symmetry for hours, nor mimics constellations never seen before. Some photographs show lattices of dots impossible to attribute to natural scatter, shapes too sharp, too deliberate. Polynesian legends call them the deep skies. Elders say the ocean keeps its own constellations, older than the heavens, revealed only when the surface grows still enough to mirror its memory. To witness them is rare, and to follow them is forbidden, for they are said to guide sailors not home, but into places the sea keeps hidden. And farther north, crews tell of another wonder: horizons that split into two, as if the sea carried a second sky. In 1910, a Portuguese steamer crossing the Atlantic logged a baffling entry. The horizon split in two. At dusk, sailors saw a second line appear above the sea, faint at first, then sharp as dawn. Between the two horizons stretched a band of shimmering silver, neither sky nor water, as though the ocean had lifted a mirror of itself into the air. In 1947, a Panamanian freighter near the Canary Islands reported the same. Lookouts swore they saw waves cresting along the upper horizon, moving in silence while the true ocean lay calm beneath. Stars reflected in both, doubling the night into two separate skies. Compasses wavered briefly, and one officer claimed he felt the ship tilt toward the higher line, though the deck remained level. By morning, the second horizon dissolved into haze, leaving only the ordinary sea. Scientists suggest complex mirages, light bending through layers of warm and cold air. Fata Morgana illusions can raise ships and cliffs into the sky, but these doubled horizons stretched for miles, seamless and symmetrical, showing oceans within oceans. No mirage lasts so long, nor reflects stars that should not exist. Sailors call them the twin seas. Legends say they are glimpses of another ocean layered above ours, a parallel waterline glimpsed only when conditions align. To sail between them, folklore warns, is to risk becoming a reflection yourself, trapped in the horizon that does not belong. And elsewhere, mariners whisper of another trick of sight, the moon rising from beneath the waves instead of the sky. In 1928, a British trawler in the North Sea reported seeing the moon rise from beneath the waves. The night was clear, the real moon already high above, yet a second orb glowed below the surface, pale, round, and climbing upward, as though the sea itself carried its own reflection into life. The sphere shimmered, rippling as it ascended, then dissolved into fragments of light that scattered like coins across the water. In 1959, a Soviet survey vessel near the Bering Strait logged a nearly identical event. Crew described a glowing disk forming below the hull, brightening steadily until it seemed to pulse with each swell. Through binoculars, officers saw craters etched faintly on its face, the resemblance to the true moon unmistakable. Then, with no warning, the disk fractured into dozens of smaller lights that sank, leaving darkness behind. Oceanographers argue these are rare cases of bioluminescence magnified by currents, or perhaps reflections bent by unusual layers of atmosphere. But sailors insist the light held form too precise, too steady, for such explanations. It was not a reflection, it was a moon of the sea, complete with its own glow. Folklore calls them the drowned moons. Seafarers believe they are omens, signs that the ocean remembers more than one sky. Some say ships that linger too long beneath them lose their course, steering by a light that belongs to no world above. And farther south, sailors speak of a related wonder, suns that set into the sea twice, once real and once imagined. In 1916, a Spanish steamer sailing through the Gulf of Guinea witnessed a spectacle that unsettled its crew, the sun setting twice. The first descent followed as expected, the horizon swallowing the disk in glowing red. But as sailors turned to their duties, another sun appeared, rising faintly from the same horizon. It shone weaker, paler, as though reflected from another world, and then sank again. For minutes after, the sea glowed with a dim afterlight no sky could explain. In 1943, a Norwegian merchant ship reported nearly the same near the South Atlantic. The crew saw the sun slip beneath the horizon, only for a second disk, smaller, sharper edged, to hover just above the waves. The second sunset cast no warmth, no rays, only a cold white gleam across the water. When it sank, the ocean went dark instantly, as if both suns had extinguished at once. Explanations cite optical illusions, refraction, mirage effects, bending the real sun into ghostly doubles. Fata Morgana can raise land and stretch ships, but sailors argue these events are different. The second suns move with purpose, setting in silence after the first, leaving the impression of twin horizons folded together. Seafarers call them the mirrored sunsets. Folklore says the sea keeps its own sun beneath, revealed only when it chooses. Some believe to watch both is dangerous, for it means witnessing the edge where two skies meet. And across the Pacific, sailors claim the same strangeness at night, not two suns, but twin moons, drifting where only one should be. In 1923, a British cargo vessel crossing the Indian Ocean reported an eerie sight, two moons rising side by side. One was the familiar silver orb, steady in the night sky. The other hovered just above the horizon, smaller, tinged faintly green, yet reflecting clearly on the sea's surface. For nearly an hour, both glowed together before the second dimmed and vanished, leaving the crew staring upward in silence. In 1957, a Japanese whaling ship in the North Pacific logged a similar vision. The men watched the true moon high overhead, while a second appeared beneath it, mirrored not on water, but in the sky itself. Through binoculars, it carried markings almost identical to craters, though subtly shifted, as if showing a different face. When the clouds passed, the second moon dissolved, leaving only the real one above. Astronomers argue such sightings can be chalked up to refraction, layers of atmosphere bending light into ghostly doubles. Yet sailors insist these twin moons hold too long, too solid to be mirages. Some even swear the false moon casts its own light, sharp enough to throw shadows on deck. Seafarers call them the borrowed moons. Folklore says they are the ocean's reflections, climbing skyward when the water is still enough to lend the heavens back their light. Others whisper they are signs of tides shifting deeper than men can know, the sea showing another sky altogether. And in colder latitudes, sailors describe an opposite wonder, nights when no moon rises at all, yet the sea glows as if one were there. In 1911, a Norwegian whaler drifting near Svalbard reported a night when no moon rose, yet the sea glowed as if lit by one. The sky was black, stars sharp, but the water shimmered with silver light, waves rimmed in brightness that had no source above. The glow moved with the rhythm of tides, casting shadows across the deck, despite the absence of any celestial body. In 1948, a Canadian trawler in the Labrador Sea logged the same event. Sailors described a pale radiance spread across the surface, stretching to the horizon. Nets lowered into the water seemed to vanish in the shine, glowing faintly as they descended. Yet the heavens remained empty, not even a sliver of moon to account for the illumination. Hours later, the light dimmed, leaving only ordinary darkness. Scientists point toward bioluminescent plankton or chemical blooms, vast fields glowing in unison. But such blooms scatter irregularly, their flicker never so steady. This light was uniform, precise, as if cast from a single hidden source. Seafarers call these nights the phantom moons. Folklore claims they are the sea, remembering its bond with the sky, raising its own lantern when the heavens withhold theirs. Some say the glow is protective, others that it lures sailors farther from land, tempting them deeper into waters that do not forgive. When the glow fades, silence thickens, darkness heavier than before, as though the borrowed moon had been taken back. And in southern seas, sailors speak of another marvel, waves that sound like bells, ringing as they break. In 1924, a Spanish trawler, crossing the Bay of Biscay, reported hearing waves, ringing like bells. Each breaker struck the hull, not with the usual crash, but with a clear metallic tone, as if struck against bronze. The crew counted 5 distinct chimes, each matching the rhythm of the sea, before the sounds faded back into ordinary surf. In 1952, a British naval vessel encountered the same near the Hebrides. Sailors on night watch swore they heard peals echo across the deck as swells broke in silence, the tones rolling like church bells through the mist. Hydrophones lowered into the water recorded sharp resonances at consistent intervals, too clear to be dismissed as coincidence, too ordered for mere waves. Marine scientists point toward resonance, air pockets in cliffs or hulls amplifying vibration. But many reports occur in open water, far from rock or shore, with no structures to carry such tones, and no resonance explains the purity of the sound, notes rising distinct, deliberate, as if played on an instrument. Seafarers call them the bell waves. Folklore claims they are warnings of unseen wrecks below, their bells ringing still through the motion of the sea. Others believe the ocean itself tolls these notes, when it remembers loss, sounding out names long drowned. When the ringing ceases, sailors describe the silence as unbearable, the hush heavier than any storm, and farther south, another strangeness unfolds, waves that do not break at all, but stand frozen like glass walls across the horizon. In 1931, a Portuguese freighter in the South Atlantic logged an event that baffled every man aboard, waves that did not break. They rose in great walls, some taller than the mast. Yet, instead of crashing, they stood suspended, their crests curled, as if frozen mid-motion. The ship passed among them, timbers groaning, but no spray struck the deck. The water walls shimmered like glass, bending moonlight across their hollowed arcs. In 1964, a Soviet survey vessel near the Black Sea reported the same. Entire rows of swells advanced in silence, halting before collapse. Sailors described walking the deck under looming walls of water that seemed painted into place. Hydrophones registered no turbulence. Even the wind stilled. For nearly 20 minutes, the sea looked sculpted, an ocean holding its breath. Theories suggest standing waves caused by precise countercurrents. Yet such waves shimmer and collapse quickly. They do not hold solid form across miles of water. These appeared deliberate, still but alive, as though time had faltered only for the ocean. Seafarers call them the held seas. Folklore says they are moments when the ocean listens, pausing its endless motion to mark something passing beneath. Some stories warn that ships caught within risk becoming frozen themselves, never to move again once the sea resumes. When the waves finally collapse, they do so in silence, vanishing without splash, leaving sailors shaken by what they had walked among. And in other regions, sailors tell of yet another impossibility: tides that arrive in perfect silence, without a sound of surf or shore. In 1929, a German freighter entering the Baltic Sea documented a tide that arrived in silence. No roar, no hiss of foam, no sound of water breaking on shore. Instead, the sea crept steadily upward, swallowing sand and stone without a whisper. Sailors standing on the beach described the sight as uncanny, an ocean advancing like a shadow, erasing footprints in silence. Again in 1956, a Danish patrol vessel near Greenland recorded the same. At dawn, the tide rose a full meter, lapping at the hull. Yet the surf remained mute. Waves spread across the deck edge without splash, as though the sea were moving beneath glass. When the tide receded hours later, the beach lay smooth and untouched, not a single shell disturbed. Scientists argue for unusual acoustic dampening, layers of air or ice suppressing resonance. Yet silence at this scale is impossible. Waves must speak, tides must crash. The absence of sound was not natural, it was intentional. Seafarers call them the hushed tides. Folklore claims they are signs of passage, the ocean bowing to something greater beneath, holding back its own voice. Fishermen warn that to walk the shore during such moments is perilous. Some say the silence is listening, and those who speak may not be heard again. When the tide ends, the sea resumes its ordinary noise, loud, restless, alive. But for those who have seen it, the memory is worse than storm. A sea that moves without sound. And farther east, mariners tell of another phenomenon: currents that return to the same spot again and again, as if unwilling to leave. In 1937, a British trawler in the North Atlantic reported a phenomenon that defied every chart. A current that looped endlessly back on itself. The ship drifted for hours, its wake circling like a tether. Nets lowered into the water were carried away, only to return minutes later, floating back against the hull, as though the sea refused to let go. In 1962, a Japanese survey vessel near the Coral Sea documented something similar. Instruments tracked a steady flow westward, yet after 8 nautical miles, the same current returned east, carrying debris they had released earlier. Crew watched planks drift off into horizon, only to reappear from the opposite side hours later. The sea had folded into a circuit, a river with no destination. Oceanographers blame eddies, vast gyres that twist currents in loops. But eddies expand, disperse, fade, with season. These loops hold precise boundaries, as if the ocean had drawn a circle and refused to let anything leave it. Sailors call them the returning paths. Folklore warns that such waters are traps, designed to keep ships wandering within invisible rings. Some claim that entire fleets have disappeared into these loops, circling until memory itself frayed. No trace remains once the loops dissolve. Instruments show open sea, compasses steady, charts unchanged. But sailors who have drifted within insist they still feel the pull years later, a tug inside their bones reminding them of the ocean's circles. And in stranger accounts still, mariners tell of seas that tilt like mirrors, rising at impossible angles without spilling a drop. In 1920, a Spanish steamer near the Azores reported a phenomenon the captain described simply as the tilted sea. At dawn, the horizon appeared slanted, as though the entire ocean had risen at an angle. Waves rolled uphill, yet the ship remained level, its deck steady underfoot. The crew swore the vessel sailed across a slope of water, climbing into the sky before descending back into flatness. Again in 1955, a French research vessel in the South Atlantic documented the same. Instruments showed no change in balance, no listing of the hull, yet sailors saw the surface lean at nearly 10 degrees. One officer compared it to sailing across a frozen wave that had forgotten to fall. For 20 minutes, the sea looked bent, then smoothed again, horizon resuming its rightful line. Oceanographers offer theories of optical illusion, light bending, refraction across layers of atmosphere. But illusion cannot explain why sailors felt the resistance in their nets, or why objects tossed overboard rolled visibly downslope across the surface before sinking. Seafarers call it the leaning waters. Folklore suggests these tilts are signs of something vast moving below, the ocean bowing as it shifts. Others say the sea is showing its hidden geometry, a reminder that its surface is not always bound to gravity, as men know it. When the tilt vanishes, calm returns instantly, leaving sailors shaken by the memory of sailing uphill across level seas. And farther north, crews whisper of another impossibility, waters that turn transparent, revealing abyssal trenches, as though no depth stood between. In 1934, a German freighter, passing through the South Atlantic, logged an event the crew described as the glass sea. For nearly an hour, the water turned perfectly transparent. Sailors leaning over the rails saw straight into the abyss, trenches, ridges, shapes drifting far below that no chart could name. Depth appeared endless, as though the ocean had shed its skin. When the water returned to its usual blue, the men were left pale, shaken by what they thought they had glimpsed moving in the dark. In 1968, an American survey vessel near the Philippine Trench reported something similar. The crew watched the sea clear until it looked like air, the ship floating as if suspended in nothing. They saw shadows of creatures kilometers below, vast outlines sliding across the trench floor. One officer swore he saw structures, arches, walls, impossible straight lines, before a single swell clouded the sea back to blue. Scientists sometimes argue for sudden shifts in particulate density, water layers aligning so perfectly that light cuts deeper than usual. But no clarity should reveal kilometers of depth, nor should it vanish so suddenly, as if a curtain were drawn. Seafarers call them the unveiled waters. Folklore says they are moments when the sea forgets to hide itself, revealing glimpses of what lies beneath. Some say it is a gift, others a curse, for to see too much of the deep is to understand how small men truly are. And beyond these clearings lies another strangeness, seas that echo footsteps on deck, though no one walks there. In 1926, a British steamer crossing the Mediterranean logged a strange occurrence, footsteps echoing across the deck when no one walked there. The crew at night watch reported hearing boots pacing overhead, measured and deliberate. Though every man stood accounted for below, the sound circled the deck, pausing by the bow before fading into silence. When men rushed topside, the boards lay empty, ropes swaying gently in still air. In 1951, an American cargo ship near Bermuda experienced the same. Crew below heard heavy strides moving across the planks, shifting weight as though dragging chains. The captain ordered a sweep, but no figure was found. Yet the sound persisted, echoing from stern to bow until it ceased without explanation. One officer wrote that the footsteps grew louder when the sea was calm, as though silence invited them. Explanations range from creaking timbers, expansion of wood, or vibration carried through the hull. But footsteps do not keep rhythm, nor pause at railings as though a figure had stopped to look out. Seafarers call them the phantom watch. Folklore suggests they are the echoes of lost crewmen, sailors who never left their post even after the sea claimed them. Some say they are warnings, steps pacing until storms break, reminders that vigilance at sea is never truly over. The sounds vanish without trace, leaving sailors listening to silence heavy with absence. And farther into the Pacific, another tale surfaces, lanterns swinging at night with no hand to hold them. In 1939, a Dutch freighter passing through the South China Sea reported lanterns swinging in the rigging with no hand to touch them. Crew on night watch swore they saw faint lights swaying above the deck, glowing yellow like oil lamps. Yet the ship carried none. Their lamps were secured below. When officers climbed to investigate, the lights vanished, leaving only ropes rocking gently as though stirred by unseen weight. Again in 1967, a Panamanian tanker near the Caribbean documented the same. Sailors spotted 3 lanterns drifting across the deck, swinging in arcs as if carried by invisible crewmen. No wind blew, yet the lights bobbed steadily, casting shadows across the planks. When one sailor reached to touch the glow, it passed straight through him and dissolved, leaving his hands cold and damp. Explanations suggest ball lightning or phosphorescent insects caught in ropes. But ball lightning flashes briefly, insects scatter with wind. These lanterns move with intent, swinging as if held by steady hands. Seafarers call them the wandering lamps. Folklore claims they are carried by drowned sailors still walking their night watch, guiding ships through storms or warning of reefs. Others whisper the lights are lures, drawing men toward railings to tip them into the dark. The lanterns never remain past dawn. By daylight, only ropes remain, swaying gently as though something has only just departed. And farther north, sailors whisper of another visitation, songs sung in chorus by voices no ship carried aboard. In 1922, a British freighter in the Atlantic logged an event its crew could never explain. Songs rising from the sea, though no singer was aboard. At midnight, men on watch swore they heard voices, clear, melodic, weaving in chorus. The tune was wordless yet structured, repeating in patterns like hymns carried across water. The sea lay calm, no ships nearby, yet the air above the deck vibrated with sound. Again in 1950, a Norwegian whaler reported something similar near Greenland. Crew gathered at the rail as a low chant rose from beneath the waves, swelling into harmony. Hydrophones lowered into the water recorded tones overlapping in intervals too precise for random noise. No whales swam nearby, no ice cracked. The voices seemed to rise from nowhere, surrounding the ship like an unseen choir. Explanations suggest distant songs of whales refracted through layers of water, but sailors insist the sound was human, warm, deliberate, carrying the cadence of breath. No whale chorus aligns so neatly with scales, nor carries the uncanny impression that the singers knew they were being heard. Seafarers call them the drowned choirs. Folklore says they are voices of sailors lost to the sea, rising together in song each year, on the night they vanished. Others believe the ocean itself is singing, repeating patterns older than human memory. The songs always end abruptly, silence falling heavy, as if a door has closed. And in other waters, mariners tell of another haunting, laughter echoing from beneath the keel, colder than joy, sharper than storm. In 1935, a Spanish cargo ship sailing through the South Pacific recorded an unsettling entry, laughter echoing from beneath the keel. It began faint, a ripple like water breaking, then sharpened into distinct bursts of mirth. Crewmen swore it circled the hull, moving from stern to bow, echoing up through the planks, as if dozens of unseen figures laughed just below. No faces broke the surface, no ships nearby, only voices mocking from the dark. In 1961, a Canadian trawler near the Labrador Sea reported the same. At night, sailors resting below deck awoke to laughter vibrating through the hull. Some described it as children playing, others as drunken men. Hydrophones captured faint bursts of sound resembling human cadence, but with frequencies sliding unnaturally, as if voices bent too far to belong to lungs. When the recording was played back, the sound warped into shrill echoes before cutting off. Scientists attribute such events to acoustic illusions, whale calls distorted by current, echoes refracting under the hull. Yet those who heard it insist it was unmistakably laughter, carrying the cadence of joy without warmth, amusement without cause. Seafarers call it the mocking tide. Folklore says these laughs belong to spirits of the drowned, or worse, voices of the sea itself, delighted by its own harvest. Some claim ships that linger too long in such waters lose their bearings, as though the laughter unravels direction itself. When it ends, silence feels heavier, as if the sea waits for response. In 1927, a Portuguese fishing vessel near the Azores logged an entry no sailor wanted to write. The sea began to weep. As night fell, men on deck swore they heard sobs rising from the water, low and trembling, echoing across the planks. The voices were too soft to place, but their rhythm carried the unmistakable cadence of grief. Breath drawn, breath broken, a cry swallowed by the tide. Some refused to cast nets, claiming it felt wrong to take when the sea itself mourned. Again, in 1942, an American patrol ship in the Pacific reported the same. Watchmen heard muffled cries trailing the starboard side for hours. Hydrophones captured irregular bursts, sound between words like breaths caught in sorrow. Instruments showed no whales, no storms. One sailor wrote, "It was not the wind, it was a voice holding loss." Oceanographers suggest shifting ice, or seismic groans mistaken for human sound. But sailors who heard it disagree. They claim the sorrow was too deliberate, too heavy, too human to belong to chance. Seafarers call it the weeping tide. Folklore says these are the tears of the drowned, echoing from depths where memory lingers. Others believe the ocean itself mourns what it has claimed, each sob a reminder it never forgets. The crying always ends without warning, silence following so sharp it cuts. In 1956, a Soviet survey vessel in the Black Sea recorded what crew later called the tide of grief. At dusk, the ship lay anchored. When sailors on deck heard faint keening, voices stretched thin as though carried from great distance. The sound rose and fell with the swell, surrounding them in invisible circles. One officer swore the cries came not from below but from all sides, pressing inward. When hydrophones were lowered, they returned with only fragments, tones clustered between sobs, almost speech, breaking apart before words could form. The engineers dismissed it as interference. The sailors disagreed. Interference does not cry, one wrote. Some legends claim such tides mark unseen disasters, that ships vanish far away, and the ocean carries their voices outward. Others whisper that the cries are warnings, laments of things yet to come. Among fishermen of the Azores, the weeping tide is feared most of all. They say if you hear it, you must not answer. To shout into the night is to give the sea your voice, and once taken, it will call for you again. The Black Sea vessel reported the sound lasted 2 nights before ending abruptly. By morning, the crew found their nets tangled, ropes knotted in ways, no hand aboard admitted to tying. When the weeping ends, it leaves silence that feels alive, silence heavy with listening. Sailors who crossed the Indian Ocean in the early 20th century carried a tale of waters that glowed not in patches or streaks, but as a complete expanse, an entire sea alight with drifting lanterns. Unlike the familiar shimmer of bioluminescence, these lights held steady. Each one glowed like a flame floating in glass. Hundreds of them spread evenly across the surface. Ships moving through this region described the sensation of sailing across a dark city, lit for festival, lanterns bobbing gently but never extinguishing. In 1924, a Dutch steamer documented such a passage. The captain wrote of 1,000 points of amber fire spread across the ocean, fixed in rows as though arranged by unseen architects. Sailors dipped nets into the water, but caught only dark waves. The glow hovered out of reach, untouchable, reflections with no source. For 2 nights they drifted among the lights. Compasses faltered, radios filled with a low hum. Some men swore the lanterns shifted when they approached, parting into pathways as if guiding the ship somewhere deeper. Others insisted the lights aligned into patterns, grids, spirals, even crude letters that vanished before recognition. By dawn on the third day, the sea had gone black. The ship resumed its course, but half the crew claimed they dreamed of lanterns every night for months, their sleep filled with visions of endless corridors, lit across water. Oceanographers speak of bioluminescent plankton, driven into sheets by current, their glow mistaken for fixed flames. Yet no bloom burns in amber, no bloom arranges itself in perfect order, and none vanishes all at once like lanterns snuffed. Seafarers call it the lantern sea. Folklore holds that these lights are offerings raised by the ocean, memorials for those it has claimed. To follow them is considered unwise, for sailors warn the lights can lead you to waters from which no bearing returns. Ships that chased the patterns have been reported lost, their names etched in records but never in wrecks. When the sea chooses, it remembers, and in its remembrance, it glows. In 1931, a Greek cargo vessel entered waters east of Crete and logged a phenomenon no chart or science has ever explained. The sailors called it the salt mirror. The ocean, calm as glass, suddenly reflected not the sky above, but something else. An inverted world entirely unfamiliar. One lookout first noticed it. The stars above were gone, replaced by strange constellations glowing beneath the water's skin. Instead of Orion, they saw jagged arcs of light. Instead of the North Star, a dull red sun pulsed below. The surface no longer mirrored their own sky, but a second one, alien and immense, as though another firmament had been pressed against the sea. The crew gathered, staring into a universe that seemed inches away, yet unreachable. Some claimed they saw continents outlined faintly in shadow, clouds drifting upside down, even flashes of lightning that belonged to no storm in their hemisphere. Nets cast into the glow returned empty, wet but barren, as though nothing alive swam beneath that mirror. For nearly an hour, the salt mirror held, compasses spun, radios screeched with static. Then, without warning, the reflection shattered like glass. The surface rippled, the alien stars scattered, and the sea returned to black. The men sailed on, shaken, their logbook recording only a single sentence. Tonight the sea became a sky. Theories were whispered afterward. Some blamed temperature layers, bending light, refracting distant storms. Others suggested vast fields of phosphorescent plankton, forming patterns too coincidental. But none could explain the precision of the sky mirrored below, nor why it held constellations no man had charted. Among seafarers, it became legend. They say the salt mirror is a doorway, a boundary between our world and another ocean above, or below ours. Some believe it reveals the underside of heaven, the sea briefly showing the sky it prefers. Others insist it is no reflection but memory, the ocean recalling what it has swallowed, and projecting it outward for men to see. Stories spread of ships that sailed too close. One tale speaks of a schooner in 1887 that vanished after chasing the mirrored horizon, its lanterns seen bobbing inside the salt mirror, before fading. No wreckage ever surfaced, only rumors that its reflection continued to drift within the phantom sky. For modern sailors, the salt mirror is a warning. When the sea begins to glow with stars that do not belong, crews dim their lights and turn away, for to look too long, they say, is to risk forgetting which sky is real, the one above, or the one waiting below. In 1939, as Europe braced for war, a British naval convoy crossing the North Atlantic reported sighting something that remains unexplained to this day. At dawn, in light seas and clear weather, the lookout spotted a line of ships stretched across the horizon. They sailed in formation, black silhouettes against the pale sky, too many to count, dozens, perhaps more than 50. The convoy adjusted course, wary of U-boats, yet radar detected nothing, no signatures at all. Through binoculars, the officers saw hulls, funnels, and even rigging. Some appeared like modern freighters, others like sailing vessels centuries old. A strange detail unsettled them further. The ships made no wake. Their bows cut the water without ripple, their sterns left no churn behind. For nearly 2 hours, the fleet shadowed them, maintaining distance. Then as morning brightened, the ships faded, not into fog, not over the curve of the sea, but in place. One by one, their outlines dissolved, leaving only empty horizon. No wrecks, no radar returns, nothing but the sound of waves. Decades later, in 1967, a Panamanian tanker in the South Pacific reported nearly the same. An entire fleet that left no sound, no trail. The captain described them as solid yet absent, sails drawn tight in a wind that did not exist. By evening, they vanished, as if erased from the world. Explanations circle around mirages, Fata Morgana, light bending distant ships into ghostly doubles. But sailors argue no mirage holds so long, or presents vessels from eras long past, and no mirage vanishes ship by ship, orderly, as though each had chosen to leave. Seafarers call them the Silent Fleet. Legends suggest these are ships claimed by the sea, forever condemned to repeat their final crossings. Some say they are a warning, appearing only before great storms or war. Others believe they are guardians, silent watchers ensuring the living remember what lies beneath. Among the convoy sailors of 1939, whispers persisted long after. Some swore that on nights at sea, they still heard distant rigging creak, sails snapping in winds that never touched their own deck. A few claimed the Silent Fleet sailed not beside them, but with them, unseen companions following the same path. The sea holds its dead close, and sometimes, it sails them past the living. In 1932, a Norwegian freighter, traveling through the Barents Sea, recorded an encounter unlike any other wave or storm. The lookout shouted first, pointing to the horizon. A massive swell was rising, taller than the ship's mast. The crew braced for impact, but when the wave reached them, it did not crash. Instead, it opened. The swell split down its center like a curtain, forming a hollow corridor of water. Inside, the sea glowed faintly, a tunnel of shifting light, stretching forward as far as they could see. The freighter drifted directly into it, timbers creaking as the vessel entered a moving passageway of water. Men swore they saw shapes sliding along the inner walls, figures swimming upright, watching silently, their outlines distorted through the liquid arch. For nearly 5 minutes, the ship sailed within the hollow wave. Compasses spun, the air pressed heavy as though the ocean had wrapped itself around them. Then, with a sound like a sigh, the corridor collapsed. The sea closed overhead in a single crash, but the ship emerged into calm water, untouched. Decades later, in 1966, a Japanese research trawler reported almost the same. A towering wave rose, split, and formed a glowing tunnel. Cameras fogged instantly, leaving only blurred images of watery walls. Crew described seeing not shapes this time, but structures, arches and pillars swaying as though carved of light itself. Scientists argue these were rogue waves, refracted against strange light. Illusions born of fear. But rogue waves crush ships. They do not part in silence. Seafarers call it the hollow wave. Legends say it is a passage, a doorway to another ocean, hidden beneath ours. Some whisper that ships who sail too far inside never return, swallowed whole when the walls close. Others believe it is the sea showing its architecture, reminding men it can shape itself into more than chaos. Whatever truth lies within, those who entered never forgot the sensation, sailing through water that had learned to open like a door. In 1928, a Norwegian whaler near the South Atlantic reported sailing into a river of water, so dark it seemed to drink the light around it. The Black Current, they called it, a strip of sea running through ordinary blue, stretching for miles in a perfect ribbon. From above, it looked like ink spilled across the ocean, moving independently of wind or tide. The men dropped nets, but nothing returned. No fish, no plankton, only strands of rope stained darker than before. The water carried no sheen, no oil slick, only the uncanny depth of blackness. As though we sailed into shadow, the captain wrote in his log. 3 decades later, in 1959, an American survey vessel confirmed the same in the Pacific. They measured salinity, temperature, density, each value identical to surrounding waters. Yet light refused to penetrate. Divers sent below described the sensation of swimming through night itself. Their lamps cut only inches into the dark, beams swallowed instantly. One returned shaking, claiming he saw outlines moving beside him, creatures as black as the water, visible only by absence of light. Explanations vary. Some suggest algal blooms absorbing light, though no bloom holds shape for hundreds of miles, nor explains the absence of life within. Others cite volcanic discharge, though chemical tests reveal nothing. The current flows with its own intent, immune to explanation. Seafarers call it the River of Night. Folklore says it is a vein of the deep, the ocean's blood revealed on the surface. To sail within it is said to strip memory, leaving men pale, their voices hollow, as though some part of them remained in the current. A Chilean fisherman once claimed his grandfather followed the black current for 3 days. When he returned, he refused to speak again, staring out to sea, until his death, lips moving as though whispering to something that still flowed before his eyes. The current vanishes as suddenly as it appears. 1 hour the sea glimmers blue, the next it wears a scar of shadow stretching beyond the horizon. No satellite, no photograph has ever captured it. Only words, etched in trembling hands into the logs of men, who saw night itself run like a river across the sea. In 1935, a British cable-laying ship in the Atlantic reported a phenomenon that left its crew shaken. The sea fell silent. Not quieter, not muted, silent. For 6 hours, the ship drifted across water that made no sound at all. It began at night. The hum of the engines carried normally, but the moment they cut power to let the vessel rest, the silence arrived. No splash of waves against the hull, no creak of wood, not even the whistle of wind. Sailors clapped their hands, stamped their feet. No echo came back. The sea swallowed every sound as though the air itself had been stripped away. The men whispered, their voices strange, pressed flat, as if spoken into cotton. Radios sputtered static, but no words passed through. Even the crackle of fire in the galley was absent. "We lived inside a vacuum," the captain wrote in his log, yet the water lapped visibly at the sides. In 1969, a Japanese research expedition encountered the same silence in the Pacific. Hydrophones lowered into the water transmitted nothing, though instruments confirmed the devices were intact. Divers who entered swore they felt pressure not on their lungs, but on their ears, as though sound itself had weight. One described seeing his own bubbles rise in complete quiet, mouths opening and closing, with no trace of noise. Scientists point to peculiar layers of salinity and temperature, creating shadow zones where sound travels poorly. But these zones scatter specific frequencies. They do not erase all noise, and they certainly do not silence the human voice on deck. Seafarers call it the vanishing sound. Folklore claims these are places where the sea listens. Some say the silence is deliberate, the ocean demanding quiet, so that it might hear something moving beneath. Others insist it is a warning. When the sea stills its voice, men should follow. One sailor who returned from the 1935 voyage never raised his voice again. When asked why, he said only, "Once you've heard nothing, everything else feels borrowed." The silence ends as abruptly as it begins. One moment the ocean devours every noise, the next the waves return, gulls cry, and engines roar. But sailors who have stood within it say the memory remains louder than any storm. For once the sea takes sound, it leaves men listening forever to what it might one day take next. In 1933, a French freighter, off the coast of West Africa, recorded an event that seemed impossible. At dusk, black clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and the barometer plunged. Every sign screamed of a coming storm. Crewmen lashed down cargo, tied lines, and braced for what they thought would be a night of chaos. Yet, when the squall reached them, it froze. The wind died mid-gust. Waves that had risen to meet the hull locked in place, their crests standing sharp as glass. Lightning burned across the sky but held, frozen arcs that glowed for seconds instead of fractions. Sailors described the sensation as stepping into a photograph of a storm, motionless, silent, alive but paused. For half an hour, the ship drifted among walls of unmoving water, each swell fixed as if carved from ice. Then, as abruptly as it began, the storm released. Waves crashed at once. Wind tore sails. Thunder split the silence in a single blast that knocked men to the deck. Decades later, in 1962, a Japanese research vessel reported a nearly identical phenomenon in the South Pacific. Their instruments showed pressure plunging as a cyclone approached. Yet, when the system struck, everything stilled. Clouds swirled overhead in perfect circles, but no rain fell. The ship floated on a frozen swell, caught in a world suspended. For 15 minutes, the storm held its breath, before collapsing in a roar that sent waves tearing across the deck. Meteorologists point toward rare microbursts, atmospheric inversions, or even illusions caused by stress. But those who endured it insist it was no illusion. The air pressed heavy, the sea turned to sculpture, and time itself seemed to hesitate. Seafarers call it the stilled storm. Folklore says the ocean halts its own fury when something vast passes beneath. Some believe the stillness is a pause of respect, the sea waiting until the deep has moved on. Others whisper that it is the ocean reminding men that storms are not its greatest power, that greater forces can silence even chaos itself. One Portuguese captain who lived through it swore he would never sail again. In his final log entry he wrote, "It is not the storm that frightens me, it is knowing that the storm can be silenced." The stilled storm remains one of the sea's cruelest tricks to show men what it means when motion, sound and fury all bow to something deeper. In 1926, a British survey ship in the Indian Ocean charted what seemed like an ordinary island. Low cliffs, dark stone, gulls circling overhead. The crew anchored offshore and prepared to send a boat in. But as they studied their maps, one officer noticed something disturbing. The island was drifting. Slowly, steadily, the landmass slid across the horizon, moving against both wind and current. The captain ordered measurements. Compasses wavered, sextants returned erratic results. By the time they launched a skiff, the island had shifted nearly a mile. Sailors swore they saw trees along the ridges, swaying in winds that never touched their own ship. When they drew closer, the shoreline dissolved into haze, stone crumbling into mist, until only open water remained. 3 decades later, in 1957, a Soviet expedition reported a similar event near the Kuril Islands. Their instruments recorded land where no map placed it. Through binoculars, they observed ridges, beaches, even what appeared to be smoke rising inland. Yet the island drifted slowly north, like a vessel without sail. By nightfall, it had vanished entirely, leaving their charts blank once more. Geologists sometimes blame pumice rafts, vast fields of volcanic stone buoyant enough to mimic land. Yet pumice floats low, unstable, and drifts apart quickly. These islands rose with structure, cliffs, forests, even shadows that shifted with the sun, and they held together far longer than drifting stones should. Seafarers call them the shifting islands. Folklore claims they are remnants of drowned continents, unwilling to stay buried. Some say they are living things, great creatures cloaked in stone and soil, moving slowly through the world, while men mistake their backs for earth. Others whisper that the islands are temptations, the sea offering land where none should be, only to snatch it away. One tale from Polynesian sailors speaks of a canoe that pursued such an island for 3 days. When the crew reached its shores, they vanished. Weeks later, another vessel reported seeing the same island drift past, empty, but with canoes lashed along its beach, bobbing in silence. Scientists still note scattered sightings. Reports from the 20th century speak of islands charted and then erased, marked on maps with the word phantom. They appear, they drift, they disappear, leaving behind only corrections in ink. To the sailors who've seen them, the memory never fades. For once you have watched land move like a ship, you begin to doubt even the continents beneath your feet. Navigators in the age of steam left scattered notes about a reach of ocean that seemed to keep time for itself. In 1913, a Royal Navy tender, crossing the South Atlantic, noticed its chronometers drifting apart in neat increments. 61 seconds lost on one, 61 gained on another, then snapping back to agreement as the ship cleared a particular meridian. Engine room telegraphs, lagged by the same odd minute, answering commands only after the needles returned of their own will. "The sea is counting," a stoker wrote in his pocket diary. 2 decades later, a Portuguese cargo ship reported a similar unnerving precision. Every bell aboard chimed late by the same margin whenever they entered a certain band of water, and the cook's wind-up timers refused to stop at the right moment. The captain ordered experiments. Men called the hour across the deck. The echoes returned on a beat just off true, as if the ocean were striking a metronome no one could see. When they sailed out of the belt, everything aligned, watches obedient again. Scientists later proposed subtle variations in magnetic field, disrupting escapements, or humidity swelling tiny springs. But why would an invisible boundary begin and end so cleanly at sea? And why would sandglasses, carried aboard that same Portuguese ship as a lark, also drift, the upper bulbs emptying too slowly, until the last grain fell on the very second the vessel crossed the line? Seafarers call this region the tidekeeper. Folklore says it is the ocean's clock, a place where the deep asserts its own tempo, and men are permitted only to borrow it. Captains who know the latitude approach in silence, unwilling to test their instruments or their luck. Some report that every pulse aboard, engine pistons, footfalls on deck, even heartbeats, feels caught just slightly by a rhythm older than the sky. When ships leave the belt, normal time resumes with a lurch. Bells ring true, chronometers tick like faithful dogs, and breath comes easier. Yet crews remember the offbeat. They say once you have felt the sea keep time, you never quite trust your own again. And farther along that same blue, mariners described not a tempo but a shape, a long clear ridge travelling beneath them, like the back of something immense. Off the Cape of Good Hope, in 1930, a British freighter met a phenomenon so precise the crew could only speak of it as anatomy. The surface rose along a moving line, a translucent spine passing just under the keel. Water swelled without breaking, a sleek arc curving from port to starboard as though some glass-bodied leviathan slid beneath. No fin cut the air, no wake trailed behind. Only a silent, bowless ridge travelled on for kilometres, lifting the hull in a smooth, deliberate heave before sliding forward into the dusk. Lanterns cast a warped gleam through the arc. Men leaning over the rail swore they saw striations within the rise, like ribs of light. The ship's draught deepened then eased, timbers sighing as if rocked by the breath of something that never struck. When lookouts called depth, the lead returned nonsense. Soundings tallied shallows where the chart showed none, then vanished to bottomless in the same throw. A Japanese research vessel felt the same in 1964, near the Kermadec Trench. Their photographs show only a distortion, a clean bulge travelling faster than the current and indifferent to wind. Compasses wobbled, then steadied. Hydrophones recorded a soft, even rush like fabric drawn across wood. Engineers marked the lift in their logs, and later, refused to discuss it. Oceanographers will talk of internal waves, vast submerged swells where layers of density glide beneath one another. But internal waves do not curve like a back, do not carry an outline that feels chosen. Sailors call it the glassback passage. Some say it is only water remembering the form of a creature long gone. Others whisper something still moves there, too clear to photograph, too considerate to break a ship, keeping its shape not out of weakness but restraint. Beyond the glassback, divers would swear the sea shaped itself again, this time not as a back but as steps. Pearl men off Malta, in 1922, told of descending through terraces you could not touch. At 10 meters, the diver's hands met an edge that was not rock but thicker water, an abrupt plane of colder, denser liquid that yielded like silk and then pushed back. Below it lay another plane, and another, a stairway of invisible landings dropping into the blue. Light pooled strangely on each level, dimming, then brightening as if candles burned beneath glass. When a second team tried to follow, their depth gauges wandered, climbing a foot, dropping two, though their bodies did not move. Air tasted different in the mouthpiece, metallic, as though breathed through a bell. One diver placed his palm flat against a step and felt a rumor of vibration, the faintest shiver at the edge of hearing, before the water softened and let him pass. Reports from 1956 near Java mirrored the pattern, plates of water, horizontal as floors, stacked without current between them. A camera lowered from a skiff captured nothing but the effect on light, beams bending at exact intervals, descending through floors that should not exist. After an hour, the steps dissolved, the sea resumed its single room. Scientists blame strong thermoclines, layered unusually close, a cocktail of salinity and temperature arranging itself into impermanent shells. But no laboratory replicates the flatness divers describe, or the feeling of crossing thresholds into rooms where sound muffles and time seems to thicken. Among seafarers, the phenomenon is the stare of water. Superstition warns never to pause on a landing. Keep moving, they say, lest the door close behind you on a level the surface will never see again. And where the sea builds stairs below, sailors swear it sometimes draws rivers on the floor, sand running like water, dunes flowing as if awake. Arab sailors crossing the Gulf of Oman in 1911 told of shoals that did not sit still, rivers of sand coursing along the seafloor with the speed and purpose of a flood. In water clear enough to read a coin on the bottom, they watched pale dunes march uphill, cresting and spilling grains in sheets that rose and folded faster than tide could explain. The boats above scarcely rocked, yet the world beneath looked alive. Years later, in 1963, a Red Sea survey team anchored over a field of rippled bottom and marked the lines with weighted flags. By afternoon the markers had drifted, not with current, but against it, carried by the advancing sand. When divers tried to plant a pole, the bed seized it like a hand, swallowing the rod in minutes as the dune ran past. Photographs from the day show ridges bending around rocks with the intuition of water, then resuming their straight march beyond. Geologists speak of migrating bed forms, dunes pushed by steady flow, but the flow was barely there, and the speed was wrong. These dunes changed by the yard, in the time it takes to brew coffee, then froze solid when the wind picked up, as if answering to a second tide no chart recorded. Sailors call them the running dunes. Folklore claims the sea carries memories as sand and, once in a while, rehearses them, marching the bottom where coastlines once moved, practicing erosion in a theatre of light. Divers avoid the fields. They say the sand listens, closing around legs with the patience of sleep. Where the bottom runs, the surface sometimes writes its own river, a band of milk-white water cold enough to numb the hands that touch it. A Basque trawler, in 1925, entered a band of sea so pale it looked poured from a pitcher, a white river threading through blue. The water lay cold as glacier melt. Despite warm air, nets lowered into the milk drifted sluggishly, their ropes whitening as if dusted with chalk. Fish avoided the seam entirely, schooling in dark water along the edges, like birds skirting smoke. In 1946, a French hydrographic mission in the Bay of Biscay mapped a similar ribbon 10 miles long and yards across. Thermometers recorded a sudden drop, but salinity read ordinary, and no silt hung in the sample jars. A sailor thrust his bare hand into a bucket and jerked back, not burned, not frozen, just numb, as if sensation itself thinned within the white. At sunset, the river narrowed to a silver thread and vanished as neatly as if reeled in. Theories multiply: microbubbles from distant surf fields, calcareous blooms too delicate to capture, dispersing chalk from unseen cliffs. Yet the edges hold too sharp, the chill grips too clean, and the water clears too perfectly. When the phenomenon ends, no residue, no plume, no stain on the logbook, other than the uneasy handwriting of men who felt their fingers disappear. Among sailors, it is the White River. Some say it is the sea cleansing itself, a passing solvent stripping warmth and sound from anything it touches. Others claim it marks a boundary, an invisible bank between waters that should not meet. Past the pale current, crews often report a different theft, not of heat or color, but of breath. A Spanish mail steamer in 1938 crossed the equatorial Atlantic and found a reach where air refused to help. Flames guttered low in the galley. Though the draft was strong, matches hissed and died halfway through the strike. Men on deck yawned uncontrollably, heads light, as if the sky had thinned. The sea lay gentle, the weather fair, yet the world felt a shade further away. When the captain ordered lanterns lit at dusk, their wicks burned to dull beads no matter how high the turn. The ship's surgeon cracked a barometer and frowned. It read nothing odd. He brought a cage of canaries forward, the way miners once did. The little birds drooped, then rallied as the ship motored clear of an invisible line. Poor air, the surgeon wrote, with no reason. In 1968, a research vessel noted a similar belt in the Pacific. Portable analyzers, new toys then hinted at a small drop in oxygen content, immediately above the waves, a thin scarf of breathlessness hugging the surface. No storm, no inversion, no heat bloom explained it. The belt stretched for miles, then ended sharply, lanterns flaring bright the instant the bow crossed out. Meteorologists will speak of dead calms and temperature caps. Mariners who have breathed the belt say different. The air tastes old there, as if recycled too many times. Voices thin out, laughter sounds far away. Even the sea seems tired, shushing without energy at the hull. They call it the breathless belt. Folklore warns not to run engines hard inside it. Better to move with patience, to borrow breath gently until the ocean allows more again. Where breath falters, sound plays tricks. In such belts, crews have heard their own words come back to them, not as echo, but as answer. A British coaster in 1909 tested a superstition in the Bay of Bengal. The bosun called a string of numbers across the dark, just to hear his voice. 30 seconds later, the sea recited them back, not a reflection off cliff or fog, but a returning voice from open water, matching his cadence, but a half shade lower, like a tired twin. Laughter on deck turned to quiet. The captain insisted it was an atmospheric bounce, then asked the bosun to try again. The numbers returned again, same delay, same tone, as if caught in a mesh and released on schedule. In 1962, an American oceanographic team off Palau ran a more careful trial. They fired coded pings and syllables into the night, recording each emission and every return. The sea answered in intervals that fit no simple range equation, a lattice of delays that shifted with the ship's speed. When they cut engines and drifted, the pattern stabilized, responses arriving like fish released from a net with measured knots. The crew played games with it. They whispered a nursery rhyme. The first line came back wrong by a word, the second perfectly, the third split into two voices that did not belong to anyone aboard. The chief scientist shut down the experiment at once and filed the tapes under weather noise. Seafarers call it the echo net. They say some waters are woven with old sound, a grid that catches speech and returns it when the sea decides. Fishermen refuse to taunt it. You never know which words will come home, or who will be speaking when they do. Beyond the net, light itself alters, colors fall away as if poured through a prism made of shadow. A Panamanian freighter in 1933 crossed noon waters so bright, the deck looked bleached. Then the world stepped into shade. Ahead lay a triangular stain on the sea, a slate-colored patch that darkened everything under it. Sunlight lost its warmth crossing that angle. Blue dulled to iron, red vanished, faces drained to monochrome, as if a photographer's filter had been lowered over the day. The triangle drifted with neither wind nor tide, indifferent to the ship, until the bow slid across its edge. Inside, the temperature did not change, but the light felt heavy. Photographs taken in the patch developed like winter scenes, hard edges, pale skies, shadows too thick. Paint on the rails looked black, the brass of the binnacle went grey. Men who had never feared storm admitted a wish to hurry. When the stern cleared the boundary, the sea went bright in an instant, as if someone had opened a window. A second sighting near the Line Islands, in 1955, repeated the trick. The patch presented the same angles. A crewman held up a prism and found it refused to break the sun inside the dark. No rainbow, only a white scar. A camera reel shot, half in and half out of the stain, shows one frame like night beside one like noon. Nothing else aboard changed. The ship sailed on. Scientists argue thin oil films, desert dust, surface slicks that flatten wavelets and kill sparkle. But oil stinks, dust leaves residue, and slicks curve. This patch held its geometry like a rule laid on water. Sailors know it as the black prism. Some say it is the absence of a sky, a place where the ocean briefly forgets the sun. Others treat it like bad weather with manners. No wind, no rain, just a shape that edits the day. And beyond that edited light, the long swell of the Pacific smooths again, ready for whatever the deep chooses to show next. In 1914, a British packet steamer, out of Freetown, throttled down to conserve coal, and watched the sea keep pace with a wake that wasn't theirs. Foam streamed straight astern in a bright, steady feather, even with the propellers idling, a clean V etched across water, as if some invisible hull were leading the way. When the captain ordered the engines stopped, the white path held, hissing, curling, opening lanes through the swell that the ship drifted along, as if pulled on rails. The helmsman swore the rudder had weight to it. He could feel a lane under the keel, a groove that wanted the vessel centered. Twice he tried to drift off to starboard. Twice the bow slewed back, like a hand nudging a shoulder. In that narrow corridor of foam, the air smelled of fresh tar and oakum, the odor of a shipyard hovering miles from land. 3 decades later, in 1946, a Norwegian freighter north of Ascension reported the same compulsion. Men watched their own wake change handwriting mid-watch. The platter-flat pulses of a slow screw became tight scallops, then the long, tidy rip of a faster prop, none of it matching their revolutions. The water behind them read like a logbook, kept by another ship. When the mate peered over the stern with a lantern, he thought he saw the briefest echo, foam running beneath foam, a second white path, an arm's length lower than the surface, as if the wake of the unseen vessel were printed one layer down. Soundings returned true. Radar, primitive as it was, showed nothing. Yet the ship followed that corridor for 6 hours, drifting a degree off, ordered course, as if answering a lead unseen. When dawn thinned, the borrowed wake faded like chalk in rain. The helmsman found the wheel suddenly light in his hands. Their own water resumed its ordinary scrawl, sloppy and honest. Explanations tend toward cross-currents, internal waves focusing turbulence, or a long sheet of slick that leaves wake brighter around its edges. None account for the pull that felt insistence beneath the keel, or the smell of shipyard glue on open ocean, or the way the foam wrote in another vessel's hand. Among sailors the story kept a name, the borrowed wake. Superstition says never to change course while you're in it. Let the corridor take you until it's done. Fight and you'll split your own water. Anger whatever's guiding. One elder out of Las Palmas said it plainly to a young hand fiddling his wheel. Son, sometimes the sea remembers a ship. When it does, you let it walk you past. When the lane ends, the water looks ordinary, and the deck feels lighter. But men who've ridden one claim and afterward for a day, their own wake runs tidier than it should, as if their water has learned a better script and is reluctant to forget. Beyond such corridors of foam and memory, other crews spoke of something stranger still, the floor itself lifting, as though the seabed had decided to stretch and meet them halfway. In 1929, a Portuguese freighter in deep Atlantic water, no banks within 200 miles, began returning soundings that climbed with every cast. 1,000 fathoms, 900, 850, the floor rising toward them like a broad, steady swell. Men leaned over the rail, scanning for discoloration, shoal breaks, anything. The ocean looked bottomless and blue, yet the lead came up shorter each time, wet line ticking through the mate's fingers, as if someone below were rolling the world up from beneath. The captain turned out of caution. The depths kept closing. 800, 760, then 700 on a throw so near to the last that the mate refused to enter it. No ground can sprint. The deck went quiet in a way, storms never manage. The ship moved as if set upon a table that lifted from below and tilted a degree port, a degree starboard, little tests that made cups creep. The helmsman said he could feel something breathing under the keel, the tiniest expansion and release. By noon the soundings steadied at 650 fathoms. Nets set over the side came back limp and clean. No scuff from rock, no weed, nothing cut. An engineer rigged a makeshift hydrophone and heard only a soft, constant rush, like silk over wood. When evening came, the numbers fell off a cliff. One cast at 700, the next at no bottom, the line running and running, until the mate cut it, rather than lose the lead. A generation later, in 1961, a Japanese survey boat west of Madeira logged an identical ridge of nothing in deep water. Their sonar traced a dome that rose to meet them, and then sank away. No echoing edge, no slope, only a smooth, featureless hill that passed under like a shadow. They called it a ghost bank in their notes because the word was easier than what they felt. The sea making room for something to pass below, the top of the ocean curving in sympathetic shape. Geologists mutter about temperature layers, refracting sound, thermoclines behaving badly. Fishermen listen and shrug. Maybe, a Galician skipper said. But why do the cups walk? The lifting floor, in their mouths, isn't a chart error, it's a courtesy. Something vast moves, and the sea, good host, rises to keep it from scraping. When the dome drops away, the old numbers come back as if insulted at having been doubted. The ship breathes again. Men write the depths in neater hands, and more than one mate swears he feels a hollow afterward, as if he's sailed across a giant's palm, and the giant has withdrawn it. Beyond the place where the bottom arches, other sailors reported a rhythm not of ground or wave but of breath, a slow exhale the size of an ocean. A French survey sloop, in 1937, coasting the mid-Atlantic, while their engine cooled, drifted into air that warmed and cooled, in a perfect patient cycle. Every 90 seconds a wash of heat slid across faces and forearms, a breath soft as a bellows stroked by an old hand. Then the warmth withdrew, and a delicate chill took its place, as if the sea had pulled in. The surface barely wrinkled, stars sat steady above the masthead. The cycle kept time for an hour, unwavering. Men sniffed. No sulphur, no brine sharper than usual. A bosun held a taper to the wind, and watched the flame lean on the warm pulse, and stand upright at the cool, like a flower greeting, and bowing. A length of signal ribbon tied to the stay lifted, and fell in the same rhythm, no breeze touching it between. The deck smelled briefly of linen left too long in sun. Decades later, in 1965, a Panamanian freighter dead in the water south of Bermuda reported the same, a breath, invisible and constant, exhaling out of the sea itself. A greenhorn laid his cheek to the rail, and swore he felt the steel beat with it. The chief laughed until the breath thickened. The warm phase grew longer, then longer still, until men loosened collars, and felt the skin between their shoulder blades dampen. No fog formed, no clouds gathered. The warmth was not storm's promise, it was comfort delivered in measured draughts, and taken back as tidily. Oceanographers reach for words, internal seiches, heat from deep layers, pumping across an interface. Sailors reach for older ones. They call the event the sleeper's exhale, and speak around it as if someone might be roused. Nets brought in during such pulses tangle strangely. Fish avoid the bow. Voices across the deck grow quiet in the way men fall silent beside a sleeping child. When the breath ceases, there is a moment of embarrassment on board. Men clearing throats, matches struck too quickly, someone banging the companionway, just to hear a normal noise. The sea looks no different. The night resumes its usual depth, yet the feeling lingers of having stood too close to something alive and enormous, while it rested. After such nights, captains sometimes change course by a finger width. No one writes why. They will tell you only this: if the sea can breathe, it can wake. Beyond that sleeping warmth, other crews spoke of a geometry not in light or water, but in direction, a region where the world seemed yawed a few degrees, and refused to admit it. A Spanish cargo ship in 1921 crossed a tract of Atlantic, where every bearing leaned. The compass read steady. The card sat true. Yet star shots came up wrong by the same stubborn margin, 3 degrees to the good on one watch, 3 to the bad on the next. Always the same error, as if the sky had been rotated on an unseen hinge. The navigator checked his sextant, then 2 spares. Each returned the same slant. He tested the simple things. A line of men stood at the rail, peering at a distant light. They all pointed a finger one way, and the compass another. The ship steamed on until, without fanfare, stars fell back where stars belong. Bearings matched. The log regained its grin. The mate drew a neat pencil box around that night's position, and wrote only yaw beside it, unwilling to give the patch a grander name. In 1958, a Japanese oceanographic vessel reported a corridor north of Hawaii, where radio beacons lay a few degrees east of their true bones, then a few degrees west, a soft seesaw that instruments averaged as 0. On deck, though, the captain could feel it. The horizon's line sat straight, the swell rolled honest, but the world felt skewed, as if gravity had been asked politely to aim elsewhere. When they finally cleared it, there was a collective exhale, the laugh men make when a practical joke ends without harm. Physicists will propose refracted signals, ionospheric hiccups, the tedious sins of imperfect gear. Petty officers nod, and let them talk. The yawed world is not a failure of brass and spring. It is a conspiracy the sea runs briefly with the sky, and one ship at a time notices. On charts kept by certain hands, you will find small careful parentheses, and the shorthand of men who trust what their bodies tell them. Felt east while heading west. Corrected at noon. Folklore piles on. A skipper out of Horta claimed the yaw is the seam between oceans, and once in a great while, you slide across it like a coin across a bar top. Another warned never to adjust course inside the lean. Hold and wait, or your path will kink like a bent nail on paper. When the yaw lets go, everything clicks. Sound travels right. The rail meets your palm where your brain expects, and although no one can prove it, men say food tastes better that night, as if the tongue itself depends on bearings to know what is true. Beyond that tilted belt, the sea staged another trick for those willing to lower a camera and wait. A forest where no plant should ascend, trunks of light climbing from abyss to mid-water. A Chilean research trawler in 1936, experimenting with slow film on a moonless run, set a camera over the stern and let it stare into black. 30 minutes later they wound it up and, in the red gloom of the dark room, watched frames bloom with vertical pillars rising from below. Dozens, maybe hundreds, spaced like trees in tidy disorder. Each trunk glowed faintly at its skin, dark at the core, and swayed with a rhythm unlike swell, bending in time with one another, as if sharing a route. The men went back to the rail, and saw nothing but water. Yet when they lowered a white board as a target, a pallor developed around it, like the suggestion of a shape choosing to be seen. A diver, reckless, admired, went over on a line and came up shaking. They were there, he said, voice thready, not touching, leaving room for me. He drew on a napkin, columns wider than a man, pushing up through kilometers of nothing, to stop well short of light. 2 decades later, an Italian submersible crew in 1957 drifted at 500 meters and dimmed their lamps. The darkness answered with a geometry of its own. At the edge of vision stood pillars, not solid but stubborn, absence with a halo. When they brought the lamps back, the orchard vanished, leaving only ordinary scatter on the glass. Biologists default to the known plankton layers, aggregations, delicate siphonophore veils, mistaken for trunks by tired eyes. The film, though, shows spacing like a grove. No bloom arranges itself that way, for half an hour. Fishermen with softer vocabularies say simpler things. The ocean sometimes practices being land, puts up an orchard to remember what roots felt like when the continents were young. Among crews who have peered down that far, the night orchard carries a rule old as candles. Do not enter between the trunks. They are not for passing through. Those who try report a wrongness on the skin, a pressure that is not water and not fear, and more unsettling, an impression of politeness, as if the pillars were making space and would be offended by rudeness. By dawn the frames fogged with light, and the trees were gone. Net after net came up clean that day, the sea too thoughtful to be generous, and when night returned no orchard rose, only the ordinary library of stars above and beneath, unreadable dark. Where forests fail, the sea plays in miniature, drawing symbols so clean a child could trace them, rings that breed rings until the map of water fills. A Dutch coaster in 1920 loped through an evening so flat, the wake wrote its name in lazy script. Then the first ring appeared, a perfect circle, expanding from a point, a ship's length off the bow, as if a single raindrop had fallen into a dry pool. No drop had fallen. The rings slid outward, reached the rail, passed under, and continued unbroken, unsoftened by hull. A second ring took berth a yard beyond the first, then a third. Within minutes the surface wore a bullseye so precise that men fell quiet, embarrassed at stepping through geometry. The rings did not fade. They widened across the world until their edges passed beyond sight. Where the outermost lip touched the horizon, new faint circles hatched and came on, copying the pattern, set for set, as neatly as a draftsman replacing his compass point. The ship became a center, then a center of centers, as each copied rim spawned its own. In 1954, a Brazilian survey boat watching from an aircraft saw the same arithmetic, written at scale, mile-wide rings, birthing mile-wide rings, the ocean behaving like paper under a clever child's hand. No wind scuffed them, no swell warped them into ovals. The pilot turned to keep the midpoint under his wing, and found it not where it should be. The origin had slid 10 degrees, and kept sliding, as if the drawing wished to be elsewhere. Physicists can coax solitons from rivers and pulses from lakes, can talk about impulses propagating in media, eager to obey rules, but these rings do not obey the rules of waste. They refuse to die. They spread in a company of perfect cousins, and leave behind a sea as unchanged as a chalkboard after a wet rag. Among sailors, the phenomenon is called the copying rings. A superstition goes with it. If a man flings a coin into the first circle, he buys himself safe water until the last ring passes. Another counters it. If you pay once, you promise to pay again. Captains quietly forbid both experiments, and stand a hand at the bow to watch for the origin sliding under the ship, though no one will explain what they plan to do if it does. When the last faint rim dissolves, voices swell, someone laughs too loudly, and the cook bangs a pot, as if to remind the sea of noise. The water takes it, and gives back ordinary chop, untidy and welcome. The night comes on, and in the log, beneath the latitude and a neat line, a man draws a little circle with a smaller circle inside it, proof that for an hour, the ocean remembered how to use a compass better than any of them. In 1931, a Royal Navy oiler running east of Ascension slowed for routine maintenance, and watched the sea write a decision before any man gave an order. A pale braid of foam appeared ahead of the bow, clean, narrow, and unmistakably a ship's track, leading into open blue. The helmsman laughed, that another vessel must be just out of sight. The quartermaster raised his glass, and saw nothing at all. No mast, no stack, no smoke, only a bright lane unspooling into distance, winking in the sun like wet chalk. They closed to a cable's length, and the lane kept its lead, always a few seconds ahead of their own water, turning right a touch, then left, before the captain could speak. The wake's handwriting was their own, the same slight over-rudder on corrections, the same tight scallops their prop drew when the engineer favoured the starboard cylinder. It was as if the ocean were showing them what they were about to do. The captain held station and watched. The white path swung 6 degrees to starboard, then steadied. He felt, absurdly, the wheel grow a preference in his hands, the same 6-degree lean like a thought nudging him. He resisted, kept true. The lane ahead faded a shade, then brightened and swung another hair to starboard, stubborn as a suggestion. He relented. The bow followed. Soundings stayed honest. The sun slid a little west. Hours later the radio crackled with a warning from a merchantman limping on reduced power. derelict mast and rigging adrift 2 miles abeam, near submerged, invisible in that light. Plotting put the wreckage exactly where the oiler would have been, had the captain ignored the pale lane's quiet insistence. A generation on, in 1958, a Norwegian freighter north of Pernambuco logged the same phenomenon. The watch kept losing arguments with a wake that ran in front of them like the faint ghost of their next choice. Each time they tried to break it, the lane dulled, as if offended, then reformed a half-minute farther on, a step ahead, showing a gentler line through a field of floating timber they had not yet sighted. Hydrodynamicists will talk of slicks and internal waves, of patterns on the surface that invite the keel without malice or plan. Sailors do not argue, only add a caution. When the future sits on the water and writes your turning, you follow or you don't, but you do it deliberately. They call it the future track, cousin to the borrowed wake yet stranger, not memory printed under your stern, but intention chalked ahead of your bow. When the lane finally fades, relief can feel like loss. Men stand at the rail and discover how heavy choice is when it returns. And somewhere aft, in the churn of their own honest water, a petty officer tells the green hands a rule that isn't in any book. If the sea proposes, answer politely. Beyond such proposals, another reach waits where the ocean prefers to erase, not your course, but the very tools with which you keep it. A Spanish mail steamer, in 1924, crossed into noon water, bright as minted coin, and found that numbers would not stay. Draft marks at the bow lost their paint in a single watch, black figures softening to a blur, as if rubbed by wet fingers. The engine room thermometer showed a neat 180, looked away, and returned to an empty window, where digits should be. A carpenter's rule snapped open, clean, and came up blank wood. The ink had not washed, it had simply ceased to declare itself. The chief dismissed panic, then tried to set his watch by the noon sight. The minute hand ticked dutifully, the numerals paled where he looked, turning to pale ghosts of themselves. He shut the cover like a man slamming a door. They tested the world, chalk on slate. The strokes held, the 4 softened first, then the 2, as though certain shapes offended the water more than others. A grease pencil along the rail wrote the latitude. The degree symbol lingered, while the figures grayed to smoke. The quartermaster read out the lead in fathoms by count alone, refusing to write. The log for those hours shows tidy lines, and no depths at all. Hatch marks where numbers ought to be, a ship's memory squared away, without its measures. In 1956, a Japanese survey crew, entering a belt in the Philippine Sea, reported identical mischief. The deck clock's face went clean, while the hands kept time. Charted soundings lost their numerals, while little fish and shoals printed on the paper remained cheerful and named. A young rating inked his girl's birthday on his forearm to show courage. By sunset the date read as empty skin. The name he had written beneath it held fast. Names did, counting did not. Scientists were summoned later, and spoke soberly of solvents in the air, of sea salts and sun, and the dishonest chemistry of certain inks. Sailors nodded, and let them own their comfort. In their telling the phenomenon, has another rule, the spoken numbers thin too. A bosun calling off cable, feels the tens stick in his mouth like bread. Men switch to hands and whistles and the old marks on palms their grandfathers used. The sea accepts gesture, when it is displeased with counting. They call that reach the numberless sea. Skippers who have crossed it quietly, clear decks of gauges that can be spared, and keep the few that must remain covered under cloth, as if sheltering infants from a draught. The belt ends as sharply as a rain line. Paint remembers itself. The face of the clock blooms figures again. The carpenter's rule reads 12 as proud as ever. Below the engineer swears at his thermometer, and nurses it like a patient. No record shows a ship lost to the numberless sea, only a day's work done the hard way, and a certain humility regained. For a while afterward, the crew speak their measures, like graces, feet, fathoms, knots, hours. Each said aloud with the old respect for what can be taken. From that erasure, the ocean stages the opposite, definition so solid you could walk by it, a gate drawn on fog, and held as square as stone. In 1939, a Dutch freighter met two banks of fog that did not drift or fray, but stood, parallel walls stretching horizon to horizon, a corridor 30 yards wide, drawn through clear air. The captain eased in, as if entering a canal. Sound thinned at once. Footsteps on deck lost their clack. Voices went felt more than heard. The bell in the foxlull tolled like a dream of brass. The fog had edges you could almost touch, crisp as linen. Lantern light struck the face of the wall and went no farther, as if the vapor preferred not to be seen inside itself. Halfway down the corridor, the ship's head began to list, not in the body, which rode level, but in sense. The helmsman swore the wheel wanted a 0.3 degrees off the compass, north shown on the card. The mate checked against the magnet box, and found the same stubborn lean. He gave the helmsman leave. The ship relaxed like a man sighing into a familiar chair. They passed on with the deck hushed, and the world reduced to 3 straight lines: port wall, starboard wall, and a roof of weather that looked like the underside of pewter. 2 miles in, a dull glow rose ahead, turned to the right angle of an invisible corner, and fell. The captain brought the telegraph back. Motion felt inappropriate near geometry. A minute later, the corridor bent by that same right angle. The fog took their bow with a softness more intimate than water, and laid a line to follow that needed no compass. Around the bend another lay, and another 3 turns in a sea that knows only curves. In 1964, a Panamanian tanker, west of the Canaries, entered what their log names the Grey Gate and recorded displacements no chart could explain. The crew kept fixes on the sun when the roof thinned and found their track set sideways 10 cables by the time the corridor let them out. A pencil line on the chart shows their ordered path through open sea. A softer graphite shadow marks where the ship was when the walls gave leave. The space between looks like a quiet theft. Meteorologists suggest a trick of layered air, temperature steps holding fog in standing sheets, sound swallowed at the boundary. Mariners accept the physics and add a human rule: do not run in the gate. It is architecture, and you are a guest. Bring your speed to something dignified. Keep voices down. Make your turns when the light says turn. When the Grey Gate collapses at last, it does so without drama. The walls become weather again. The day takes its texture back. On the bridge, men find themselves straightening charts and coats and spines they had not noticed bowing. No one thanks fog. Superstition says the gate dislikes gratitude. It prefers composure. From corridors traced in air, the sea lifts a different boundary. Next, metal that forgets its weight, and water that holds it willingly. A Canadian survey vessel, in 1917, launched a skiff into midnight calm to check a buoy, and discovered a patch of sea that wore a second skin. From the beam, lantern light showed a plate, floating just below the surface, an oval of water that reflected like beaten silver. The oar blade entering it lost its color as if dipped in mercury. When raised, the wood remembered itself in seconds, the grey draining away like mist. Inside the oval, sound dulled. Outside, the small waves ticked and hissed. Within, they died like breath against glass. The men cut the outboard and drifted. A hand trailed over the side and came back pale. The skin leached to bone white while submerged, then borrowed its blood again in air. There was no cold burn, no sting, only numbness, the texture of tin. A coil of brass line dropped into the plate, came up unbowled, the bright yellow gone to pewter, and then, with a visible shiver, returning in a heartbeat. The water around the plate looked ordinary. The stars above did not double, yet the oval held, quiet, metaline, as if a lake of mirror had chosen to lie a foot below the true. Decades later, in 1962, a Japanese research craft near Truk Atoll found a broader shelf of the same. An ensign in a mood of science lowered a painted bolt through and raised it transformed, not discolored so much as unspecified, its red and blue agreeing to grey until air persuaded them to remember their quarrel. A sailor with a sense of trouble suggested nothing living should pass through. They listened. Explanations dwell in optics, surface films, microbubble skins, oil slicks that clean not by stain but by stealing contrast. But oil spreads and stinks, and bubbles do not hold edges that neat. The silver shelf keeps its oval perfect. It rides the swell like a table set carefully and refuses to slop. Seafarers give it a craftsman's name, the plater's patch, and tell apprentices a story with their hands when words feel thin. They stretch palms flat and show how the ocean too sometimes wants to finish a thing, to make it neat, to dress it in shine before giving it back. Etiquette applies. Do not drink it, do not net it, do not drag paint through for a laugh. Leave the plate, a plate. When the shelf slides away, always sideways, never under, it leaves the water darker for a breath, as if the day had blinked. The skiff's hull creaks back to ordinary timber. On deck a man inspects a coin in his pocket without knowing why, and finds it stubbornly itself, relieved to be so. Beyond metal that forgets colour, another trick waits that belongs not to water or light but to company, a second shape pacing the beam that insists it is you. A Norwegian cargo ship, in 1933, took a moonless watch on glassy sea, and found herself accompanied, off the port beam, a silhouette kept station, a ship the same length and height, the same rake of mast, the same boastful curl of bow. The men joked a little, and then less. When their helmsman corrected 2 degrees, the shape corrected too. When the engineer brought her from half to slow, the other settled into their new gait like a mirror's patience. They flashed a lamp. The shape replied exactly, pulse for pulse. That should have eased hearts, and did not, because the reply came half a heartbeat before their own. When the mate raised his arm to signal again, the other's lamp lifted, then theirs lifted, then both lowered, 3 motions in a perfect sickening lock where cause and answer could not agree who was first. Toward dawn a low bank of cloud lifted just enough to print the companion clearer on the sky. The lines matched too closely. The little dent in the aft rail, the angled stack guy the bosun kept meaning to square, there reflected in negative across black water. A breath later it was gone, as if someone had decided the resemblance was impolite. In 1965, a Panamanian freighter west of the Azores logged a similar pacing. The other ship rode starboard this time, nearer. A man in mischief lobbed a heaving line out of sight of the bridge. The Swallow flew true, and landed on blackness that took it. No splash, no slack. The coil vanishing into a degree of night that felt thicker than shadow. The bosun cuffed the boy, and made the sign the old men make, when the sea shows personality. Radio raised nothing. Radio showed only themselves. The captain ordered the helm to hold his nerve, and the engineer to keep his revs. At sunrise their parallel peeled off not in a turn, but in a gentle misalignment, a slide of image from glass to water to nothing. The wake off their own quarter appeared lonelier than a line of foam has a right to be. Mariners call the pacing shape the parallel, and allow themselves one metaphor, a double that puts its hand to your rail, and walks as long as you do. Folklore attaches no doom to it, only rules. Don't race. Don't signal anything you don't mean to be true, and don't throw lines. If the sea wants something of yours, it will take it soon enough without help. When the parallel leaves, laughter returns too loudly, cards slap too hard on the mess table, and a man walking the deck at noon finds himself glancing to port or starboard, embarrassed to be disappointed by empty water. Out beyond the place where you pace yourself, the ocean draws one last lesson in agency, a sound that comes not as thunder or chant or bell, but as a question, one word held for miles, until men feel obliged to answer. A British freighter in 1922, dead calm on the Arabian Sea, heard a voice carry across noon, like a horn made of breath. Not chorus, not laughter, not the lonely cry sailors dread. Just a single elongated syllable, shaped into a question. No language owned it. The sound rose from the water, as if the ocean had put a hand to its mouth, and asked politely. It lasted a long minute, fell, then returned at the top of the next hour, as faithful as a church. They tried to ignore it, until a green hand called back, with a nonsense sound of his own, and God help them, the sea replied with a different shape. the same grammar of inflection, not echo but engagement. Men found themselves whispering lines and listening for answers, like boys with tin telephones. The captain banned replies, and the deck grew sullen. At 3 bells the single word came again, no closer to human vowels than wave is to brick, and somehow absolutely childishly plain. Well, in 1954, a Chilean survey vessel west of Rapa Nui recorded a like exchange on wax. Low, sustained tones separated by stately rests. Analysis years later could do nothing clever with it. The intervals were not whale, the pressure changes too even for machinery, the propagation too clean for weather. A graduate student wrote call response in her margin, and underlined it twice, then turned the page and married another problem for a career. Explanations are on offer. Temperature layers bending distant horns, ships hidden over the curve, plosives from caves under sea. Sailors will pat such words on the head and pour you coffee. What they remember is the urge to answer, and the sense that the ocean was not testing them so much as inviting them to take their turn. Among crews it is simply the question. Custom says if you must reply, do it with something true and small. Your name, the day, the weather you are borrowing. Do not boast your speed, or your port or your cargo. The sea has heard such things, and does not care. When the asking ceases, and it does, cleanly, after a last long vowel like a line drawn under a sum, men feel a hollowness, akin to the end of a good watch with a talkative mate. Someone always mutters that they should have answered better. Someone else tightens a line that doesn't need it. And the ship, being a ship, puts her shoulder back to the water that has asked her nothing she could usefully say. In 1918, a British bark running south of St. Helena marked a line on the water as neat as stitching, a seam laid from horizon to horizon. To port the sea wore a faint chop. To starboard it gleamed like ironed silk. The captain brought her square and crossed. Men later swore the world slipped sideways a fraction. The wheel felt light where it should have dragged. The lee and weather of things traded places in the body, if not the book. One hand pointed at the starboard boat, and mid-gesture, corrected himself to port with a laugh that died quickly. For 20 minutes trivial confusions bred like minnows. A lantern rehung on the same nail swung the opposite way. A rivulet of coffee ran along the mess table's lip against its usual habit. The bosun tied a bowline backward without meaning to. Serviceable but wrong-handed as a mirror. The compass card held true. The stars kept their stations, yet sense leaned. Then the bark dropped the far edge of the seam and everything, wheel, laughter, coffee, remembered itself. In 1953, a U.S. weather ship in the North Pacific logged an almost surgical boundary, a strip of glassy water, a dozen yards across that refused foam and took no print from the wind. When they crossed, the helmsman found his corrections landing the wrong size, as though the ship were 4 feet wider on one side. On deck a messboy stopped and stared at the red and green sidelights painting the swell. Each cast its proper colour, but the shadows those colours threw looked swapped, a trick that made the rail feel an inch farther away. Oceanographers call such lines windrows, Langmuir streaks, boundaries between water masses. Sailors shrug. Windrows don't turn habits backward. The men ashore can keep the words at sea. The thing is simply the seam. Etiquette applies. Cross it square. Don't take bearings while your gut leans. Wait until your hands feel like your hands. Old skippers warn young ones not to change course inside it. You'll write a kink in your day you can't erase. By sundown the line had drifted 2 points and thinned to an idea. Then it was gone. The mate's log for that watch holds the latitude, a dry note on conditions, and almost invisible in the margin, a tiny stitched mark, 7 short dashes and 1 longer. The way a tailor hides his pride on a hem, no one will see. From a line the sea laid on itself, the next trick came wet and thunderous, a squall that fell in sheets and never made anything wet. In 1930, a Bay of Bengal squall, shouldered up like any other. Black anvils, a white ridge on the sea, thunder grumbling with the patience of a big dog. The first wall of rain hit with proper authority, and left the deck dry. Droplets hissed inches above the planks, and vanished as if pinched out, a skin of cold damp that refused to touch wood. Lines creaked with the sound of wet rope, yet the fibers stayed rough under a palm. Men walked through curtains that salted their eyelashes, and left no bead on their cheeks. Then the oddest detail, as the ship pushed on, a dust of fine crystals bloomed along the rail, a pale rime that tasted like nothing, when a foolish hand licked it. No brine, no sweetness, just absence with texture. Lantern glass clouded white, and cleared again with a single wipe. The storm marched over, and left them unwashed, the decks clean as bone, thunder trudging away into a sky that had done its work, and somehow not done it at all. In 1966, a Japanese freighter in the far Pacific met a ring of rain at dawn that closed them in like a palisade. Rain hammered the air. The crew worked bareheaded, in a glitter of drops that died before they landed, shirts chilled without getting wet. Where men stood a while, the rail beneath them wore salt silhouettes, the outlines of shoulders and elbows in pale bloom, as if the storm had tried to remember them with minerals and failed at water. Meteorologists point to virga, rain that evaporates before ground, paired with downdrafts so fierce they coin sound in your ears. That might explain vanishing wet. Sailors allow, but not the delicate salt ghosts, nor the dry ache the storm leaves in the mouth, as if thirst had been given rather than earned. They call it the dry storm, or less poetically, the thirst. The only rule folk keep is simple: do not drink the first water after such a squall. Wait for honest rain. The sea has ways of offering substitutions that a body will regret. When the blue reopens and real spray finally jumps the rail, men grin at being spattered. Buckets slosh, decks darken, and someone thanks the weather under his breath, as if it were a baker finally bringing bread. From rain that refuses to be rain, sailors found themselves playing at messages and time, notes cast overboard that returned with too much obedience. A Spanish coaster in 1925, superstitious and bored, corked a scrap of paper in glass, position, date, a line about the soup, and flung it. The bottle struck a wave and bobbed off astern. 3 days later, the lookout hailed a small green flash ahead of the bow. Inside lay the same handwriting on the same torn page, bearing the same position and tomorrow's date. Someone laughed too loudly and suggested forgery, a trick by the mate. The mate had no talent for imitation and less for jokes. They threw more, they found more. Not always so quick, not always so strange, but more often than sense preferred the ship, met her own messages ahead of her. Bottles waiting in the path with the glass salted and the paper dry as pocket lint. Once a cork wore fresh wax not yet hardened, and a fingerprint pressed small whirls no one aboard could claim. The captain stopped the game and wrote in the log that play is a young man's sin. In 1959, a Japanese hydrographic boat set crude drifters with numbered tags along a line and followed on her work. A week later they crossed their own array and recovered 4, still streaming kelp. The tags bore their numbers, their paper inserts uncannily current. The noon of a day not yet reached, a weather note that came true 6 hours after it was read. The chief ripped the sheets and fed the pieces to a small good fire, preference given to ordinary uncertainty. Oceanographers talk of gyres and cunning counterflows, of the way the sea can fold an object forward, like a page turned over. Sailors nod and claim another rule: promises should not be sent in bottles. Folklore says the sea returns what binds the sender too tightly: oaths, boasts, certain kinds of hope, and does so early, so a man can reconsider. The coaster made port, and the crew got drunk without ceremony. Weeks later, a fisherman 20 miles down coast found a bottle with the coaster's first note, and brought it ashore to settle a bet. The date had softened to a blur, the position held crisp. The line about the soup remained perfectly legible: complaining will last to the end of the world. From letters the ocean brought back, metal itself grew whimsical, a breeze that tarnished and then forgave. In 1912, off Martinique, a sloop under loose sheet met a green wind. It came on, like a ribbon, cool and herb-scented, lifting hair, wrinkling shirts, and painting every bit of bright work a sickly coin colour as it passed. The binnacle dulled, the bell went pewter, the brass-rimmed glass of the compass turned sombre. A penny taken from a pocket brightened to brave copper in the lee and went green again at the touch of the breeze, like a shy child hiding behind a parent's leg. It lasted 5 minutes and left the crew quiet. No taste of acid on the tongue, no sting in the eye, only that faint metallic smell a man knows from empty pockets and old church doors. By sunset the brass remembered itself. A wipe with rag brought back shine that should have taken sand and sweat. The massed bands behaved differently, new vernice, leaving behind a blank where a hand had been. The bosun tied a cloth over the bell and muttered an apology, because men apologize to things that have earned the right to ring. In 1960, a Portuguese trawler west of the Azores logged the same passage. The deck's scattered hooks blushed and went grey in a breath. Knives lost their appetite, and then found it. A cheap tin cup grew handsome for a moment like a pauper borrowing a lord's coat. Nothing stayed changed. 10 minutes on the lee side, and each bit of metal forgave what the wind had asked of it. A taste remained in the mouth, a clean coin-thin edge that made coffee seem too sweet. Chemists would like the wind to be aerosol, a bloom's exhalation, so minute it kissed electrons, and then thought better of it. Theories are generous. Sailors are practical. They call it the verdigris wind, or green breath, and cover instruments when the air smells like pennies. No one sharpens a knife during it, and no one speaks tally of money. There's no reason for either custom. The sea hates reasons. When the breath passes, men unwrap the bell, and the first strike sounds a little foreign, as though the note had been out walking and brought the street back with it. By the next ring it remembers the room. And beyond that small comedy of metals, the ocean returns to its graver habits, corridors and orchards, questions and mirrors, waiting with the patience of a thing that has all the time there ever was. In 1928, a Portuguese freighter, running east of the Azores, logged a sight that unsettled even its seasoned captain. At dusk the horizon split open, a thin black line, too straight for cloud and too sharp for storm, stretched from north to south, cutting the sky into two halves. Beyond it lay not distance but vacancy, a pale band, featureless, like parchment, unrolled between the sea and the stars. The mate swore he could see through it. Ships' lanterns bobbed on the near side, but their reflections in the band showed nothing. No ship, no flame, just emptiness. When the freighter drew nearer, the horizon seemed hollow, as if the ocean had opened a door onto somewhere that wasn't sea at all. The captain turned away, but several of the younger hands leaned on the rails, staring. They claimed the line widened, the pale band pulling like a curtain. Some said they saw ridges there, not of cloud or wave, but of land, outlines that rose and sank as though breathing. Others muttered about vast towers so tall they blurred into the night sky, gone before any two men could agree on what they had seen. In 1951, a Soviet survey vessel in the Black Sea recorded an almost identical phenomenon. Their photographs showed only a thin seam of darkness, but the crew insisted the film had failed. The men described the horizon opening and closing like a shutter, swallowing the stars for minutes at a time before spitting them back. Scientists argue it could be atmospheric refraction, layers of heat or ice bending light into illusions of depth. But no refraction should erase the very stars, nor leave a strip of the world looking like paper held too close to a flame. Seafarers call it the hollow horizon. Some say it is a doorway the sea draws when it is tired of showing itself, a passage to another ocean layered invisibly on top of ours. Others claim it is memory, the earth remembering the days before sky and water separated, when all was one endless surface. One tale insists a ship once sailed through. The vessel never reached port, but fishermen later claimed to see her lanterns far inside the pale band, bobbing like insects trapped in amber, too far away to ever return. The log of the Portuguese freighter ends plainly. The sea gave us a second horizon. We did not ask what waited there. When dawn came, the seam was gone, the sky whole again, and the men grateful for the ordinary lie of distance. Yet each swore that when the horizon splits, the safest course is not to stare, because staring is an invitation the ocean might answer. In 1932, a Spanish freighter reported entering waters off Cape Verde, where the sea itself seemed to have been emptied of colour. By noon the sun burned white, but the ocean refused to shine. No glitter on the swells, no blue beneath the hull, only a matte darkness, as though the Atlantic had forgotten how to reflect. The men dipped buckets and found the water ordinary, clear in glass. Yet to the eye, the surface looked like velvet spread across the world, swallowing light instead of giving it back. The first unease came when their own shadows vanished. A sailor leaning on the rail found his arms cast no mark on the sea. At sunset, lanterns lit the deck, but made no trail on the black below. It was as though the ship drifted through ink that declined to acknowledge it. 3 decades later, in 1960, a Soviet trawler documented the same phenomenon in the North Pacific. Their notes describe a horizon erased, the line between sea and sky blurred into a single dark sheet. Hydrophones recorded no anomalies, compasses held steady, but every man on board admitted the same dread, that the ship was not moving forward, but sinking into a depth that had risen to meet them. Explanations have circled for decades. Some suggest a slick of microscopic algae that absorbs light without reflection. Others claim volcanic ash, an oil sheen invisible by day, but algae blooms drift in patches, ash spreads unevenly, and oil stinks. The black tide arrives with no scent, no trace, only absence. Seafarers treat it with suspicion. They call it the sea without eyes. Folklore claims it is a veil, a shroud the ocean draws when it does not wish to be watched. Some insist it is the ocean's way of mourning, turning itself dark to mark tragedies no men will ever know. Others whisper it is hunger, the sea drawing colour into itself as it prepares to take. One Portuguese sailor, who returned from such a voyage, swore he could never look at water the same way again. Blue is only borrowed, he said. It belongs to the sea, not to us. When the black tide finally loosens its hold, the ocean brightens as suddenly as a curtain raised. Sunlight scatters, shadows return, lanterns shimmer on the surface once more. Yet the men who have drifted across that darkness admit that the memory clings, an ocean without shine, without eyes, staring upward in silence. In 1925, a British merchant steamer entered a patch of the South Atlantic where every compass aboard swung as if caught in tide. The needles leaned north, then east, then spun full circles in steady rhythm, ticking back to their start as though tracing a hidden clock. The helmsman cursed, the captain ordered bearings from stars, and still the ship drifted 5 degrees off every hour, correcting itself only after the crew abandoned calculation and let her ride. The boatswain claimed he saw outlines below, dark ridges just beneath the waves, too regular for chance, each point glimmering faintly in moonlight. When the freighter cleared the patch, compasses snapped back to truth, as if nothing had ever happened. 3 decades later, in 1954, an American survey vessel noted the same anomaly near Polynesia. They lowered instruments and found no reef, no shoal, no metal wreck. Yet the water hummed faintly against the hull, and compasses drew shapes across their cards, triangles, circles, repeated endlessly, until the vessel left the zone. Oceanographers suspect submerged magnetic deposits, or currents strong enough to warp instruments. But sailors tell a different story, that beneath those waters lies a reef not of stone, but of direction itself, bearings calcified, drifting like coral, built from every lost course the sea has ever stolen. They call it the compass reef, and though it has no chart, seafarers say you'll know it when the wheel feels wrong in your hands, and the sea insists on leading you where it wants you to go. In 1938, a Norwegian trawler in the North Sea struck a calm stretch, where waves rose not upward, but downward. At the rail, men swore the swells mirrored beneath the water's skin, ridges curving downward like valleys reflected in glass, troughs bulging as if the sea's body had been turned inside out. One sailor tossed a crate, and watched it float in the valley of the mirror swell, suspended as though supported from below by invisible hands. The sea carried it for minutes before the image dissolved, leaving only ordinary chop. In 1967, a Soviet expedition in the Arctic recorded the same. Their sonar traced inverted crests, as if water beneath them lifted in sympathy with the surface above. Instruments logged negative waves, a pulse downward whenever the sea climbed upward, twin motions in opposite worlds. Scientists argue double refraction, peculiar reflections of light and current. Yet the men who saw it swear the swells moved with agency, echoing their ship's weight, mirroring her path, as if the sea were keeping a second version of the voyage below. Seafarers call it the mirror swell. Folklore claims it is the shadow of another ocean beneath ours, imitating every ripple, waiting to rise. They warn never to linger when the sea starts to copy itself, lest the reflection grow strong enough to trade places with the real. In 1929, a Portuguese schooner off Cape Verde raised her sails and saw, on the horizon, a dozen white sails running in perfect silence. No rigging creaked, no water split at the bows. The ships moved as if racing, tacking with precision, vanishing and reappearing on swells without sound. As the schooner drew closer, the fleet turned in unison and circled her, sails glowing like bone under the moon. Crew shouted greetings, but no voices replied. The silent fleet lingered for an hour, then faded with the dawn, leaving only calm seas. In 1958, a Panamanian freighter in the Caribbean reported the same. Radar returned nothing, but watchmen swore they saw sails slipping across the waves, vanishing when lanterns touched them. Explanations blame mirages, reflections of distant ships bent by air, but sailors know better. They call it the silent regatta, and say the ships belong to sailors who never struck their sails, forever racing one another across a sea that gives them wind, but no sound. In 1934, a British tanker in the Mediterranean spotted a solitary light bobbing far off their stern. At first it looked like a fishing lamp, dim and steady, but as hours passed, it grew nearer, never swaying with swell, always fixed at eye level, black flame against black sea. The captain ordered signals flashed, but the light gave no answer. When they slowed, it slowed. When they quickened, it followed. For 3 nights, the black lantern shadowed them, always 1 mile astern. On the 4th dawn, it vanished. In 1962, a Japanese cargo ship near the Philippines reported the same, noting that their radio filled with static whenever the lantern drew close. Crew described it as a light with no source, hovering like an ember suspended in the sky. Some say it is ball lightning, others a ghostly trawler's lamp, but seafarers believe it is worse, a signal from the deep itself marking those the sea has already chosen. They call it the Black Lantern. When it follows, sailors say, you do not look back, because the moment you meet its glow, your ship becomes part of its procession. In 1937, a British refrigerated freighter, old steel, bright decks, oranges stacked under canvas, steamed west of the Canaries, in a night clear enough to show the Milky Way, as spilled salt. Midnight watch had just traded places, when the helmsman smelled something that did not belong 300 miles from shore. Hot tar and rope smoke. He lifted his head and tasted it again. Pitch warming on wood, a sweetness of sap and timber, the sour breath of fish stalls at day's end. The sea-breathed harbour. A minute later, faint light walked the horizon. A harbour glow that every sailor knows in bone. A low amber dome, not the white of moon, not the blue of dawn, but the human colour of lamps behind shutters and windows along a quay. The captain came up in shirt sleeves, and said nothing for several breaths. He had stood on enough seawalls at enough hours to place that shade of light within 100 yards, and it rose now from open water. Then bells. Not the single note of a ship's bell, but a conversation of bells. The quick throat clearing of a handbell near a fish market. The solemn double of a church clock on the hour. The low iron of a buoy gong, somewhere past the headland. The sounds carried in from no wind at all, distinct, as if the ocean were cupping them in its palms and passing them along one at a time, so no man would miss a word. Port dead ahead, the helmsman said, voice caught between hope and embarrassment. He knew there was no port there. He said it anyway, because his body was already preparing lines, bracing for a wall to meet the ship. The captain let the bow hold, not calling a single degree. A freighter's dignity is not in speed, but in composure. They saw it then, not buildings, not a skyline, but behavior. Water ahead lay calmer in long rectangles, as if a breakwater's shoulder held it. Little cat's paws of breeze skittered down lanes between phantom warehouses. The ship's wake changed its handwriting, tightening in neat scallops where an invisible seawall would have compressed it, spreading into lazy curves where it would have opened into a basin. Sound came differently. Footsteps landed with that hollow dockside note of planks over pilings. When the captain called for the bell, the strike came back from an angle that felt right for a key, a polite echo that said you were expected. Stand by to take a line, he ordered without knowing why, and men moved because hands remember long before a mind allows belief. Coils thumped, bits gleamed, a heaving line flew pure reflex, toward nothing. The little monkey's fist arced through lantern light and fetched up hard. The rope snapped taut, humming with weight that could not be there. Belay, the mate said softly, as if not to startle something shy. He lowered the strain and the line sagged back aboard, dry as if it had brushed brick. Far to starboard, a single white light hovered and settled, not like a star, but like a harbour pilot's lantern finding its level. A voice called in no language. The captain knew, and still every man understood. Come along then. Not words. The geometry of command carried by sound. They advanced at dead slow into a town the sea wore like a shawl. The glow brightened in spots where taverns would be. A draught of yeast and salt rose and vanished. Somewhere a dog barked twice and then remembered itself and fell quiet. On the freighter's starboard side the water darkened as if a wall should have cast a shadow there. On the port ripples cinched in at the shape of piles that did not exist. The helmsman swore the bow, drifted an inch toward imaginary timber, and corrected as gently as if the harbour master were watching. A gust of oranges went through the night, their own cargo betraying itself as the air lifted and laid the ship against a berth that wasn't there. The engines idled with the contentment of work nearly finished. The captain kept his eyes forward and did not look for faces. Generosity should not be gazed at too hard. For 10 minutes the freighter belonged to a port made of habit and memory. Men heard wheelbarrows, a far laugh, the little rattle of shells pulled along tide. The pilot light winked twice. That's enough. The glow thinned, the odours folded themselves back into dark. Their wake lost its discipline and sprawled again into the open ocean's scrawl. The freighter went on alone. The captain only then realized he had been holding his breath in odd little parcels, like a man trying not to fog a window. There were practical questions, none fit in a log. He wrote the thing backwards. Glare sighted on horizon. Atmospheric anomaly, consistent with coastal mirage. Sound propagated unusually well. Hands steady. Course maintained. He signed it, put down the pen, and looked at the oranges sleeping under canvas, at the wet shine on the rail where an invisible bollard should have kissed it. He went below and washed his hands of pitch he could not see. News of the town that travels came back to him years later from a radio man with an ear for gossip. In 1963, a Japanese passenger liner, cutting the Pacific at an honest clip, met dock noises at noon, a crane clanking, a chain screaming briefly on a capstan. Women in deck chairs sat up as the sunlight turned amber without warning, and a small breeze pushed cigarette smoke shoreward. The crew stood to lines that were not there, and found one end of a breastfast sinking neatly into the sea, straining like rope thrown over a bollard underwater. The captain ordered stop and did not blow his whistle. His ship looked dressed for a reception in an empty room. For 20 minutes his passengers cried, some from fear, some from a joy they could not justify. Then, as gently as a fair tide shifts, the city left them glow lifting to colourless noon, breeze forgetting directions, sounds going back into ocean the way good stories go into sleep. Plates rang in the dining room, as if the ship had shrugged. Science will do its tidy best. You will hear about temperature inversions. Fata Morgana doubled and tripled. Acoustic ducks that carry harbour noise out over miles to lay it down on decks that want home too much. You will hear of phantom smells pitched from land by offshores strong enough to ferry Terpenes and tar. None explains ropes that take their own weight, wakes that adjust to walls, the obedience of steel when the water behaves like stone. Among sailors the name is brief because names are better short, when the sea is listening. They call it the port that comes. It is not always the same. Sometimes it brings the stink of cod and lampblack, sometimes cinnamon and diesel, sometimes a faint iron taste of rails, and a sound like tram bells. But it is always polite. It meets you where you are, and offers a berth measured in minutes. Etiquette is old. Engines to slow, voices to quiet, no whistles, no photographs, if you can help it, and certainly no boasting after. If you must speak, say thank you into your collar, as if telling yourself to mind your coat. There are stories, because of course there are, that some captains beg it to stay, promise offerings, alter course, slow to a stop, fling heaving lines again and again as if persistence could buy a longer visit. The stories never finish well. The sea tolerates longing. It does not reward insistence. The harbor that travels is not a rescue or a trap. It is a courtesy, a reminder of the thing every sailor trades away for a living and gets back in little kindnesses. The shape of streets, the human color of light, a bell that claims an hour and gives it back. On the freighter that smelled oranges and tar, the youngest able seaman would later tell his brother that the night felt like a priest laying a hand on a shoulder. No sermon, no bargain, only the weight that says you are seen. He never told the version where he cried, not because sailors don't, but because he wanted the story to be about the port and not about him. He did not want to attach his name to a thing that had preferred to remain without one. If you ask older skippers quietly, over the clink of a glass, whether they have met such a place, some will busy their hands and answer another question. One or two will say once without looking up, and a very few will say they hope never to meet it again, because a kindness of that size is a debt a man can spend the rest of his days trying to repay. Trimming a little cleaner, keeping a little quieter, refusing to shout at weather that cannot help itself. And if you are foolish enough to ask what you should do if the harbor comes to you, they will give you the only instruction that has never steered a ship wrong. Mind your manners. Bring your speed to dignity. Coil your lines as if someone were watching. And if a monkey's fist finds purchase on air, hold gently and let go when the sea decides it has greeted you long enough. Because when a place like that chooses to arrive, it already knows how to leave. The charts called it nothing, a plain of water south of Bermuda, where the bottom fell away into blackness. Honest enough to scare even a well-paid diver. The weather that week in 1940 had been a schoolbook illustration of summer. Smooth swells, a sun with no quarrel in it, and wind that lived just long enough to keep a flag interested. The cable ship Orpheon, fat-bellied, patient, geared to lay and lift and splice and wait, drifted there with engines nudged to idle, while men in canvas aprons ran wire through gloved hands and watched numbers wriggle on polished dials. At 2:10, the world acquired walls. The first man to say anything useful was not on the bridge. He was aft, leaning his elbow on steel, cracking a knuckle he'd damaged 3 captains ago. He said, "That's a hallway," in a voice he would later not recognize. Everyone turned and saw it, because there is no training required to recognize a room. The sea to starboard had become a plain that took light the way a wall does. Not fog exactly, not water turned milk, but flatness. A sheet that stood unwrinkled from swell to sky. Opposite, on port, its twin. Ahead, a crosspiece lowered itself from nothing to sit, patient, at a distance the eye wanted to measure in paces. The Orpheon eased into it as into a church. Sound dulled. The slap of water on hull flattened to breath. The smell of cable grease and hot paint retreated under a quiet so deliberate it might have been planned. The men did nothing new. Their actions simply acquired choreography. A heaving line thrown became a line of script written neatly across a page. A step from bit to bit became a line break. Even the steam that curled from a mug stopped fretting and rose like a column. Then a door opened. No hinges, no seam, just an absence in the wall ahead that admitted the ship as if it had been expected. The gap measured the same on both sides without anyone making it do so. The captain kept his hands off the telegraph. The quartermaster nudged the wheel a hair to starboard and then took it back, embarrassed at having tried to steer a threshold. They passed inside and the house accepted them. Someone laughed once. one startled syllable. It sounded mimeographed. A laugh copies of itself to both walls and returned at equal volume as though the room had rules about favouring no side. From a compartment below came a clink and a word in Portuguese. The word reached the deck flattened like a pressed flower, its meaning visible but its scent gone. An ordinary sea pushes back in curves. The house worked in right angles. A bend announced itself ahead and the ship cleared it with ceremony, cutting a quarter circle more perfect than any helmsman's hand. Lights lived somewhere in the walls, not light like lamps, not glow like plankton, but a neutrality that allowed sight without declaring a source. It carried no colour. Brass went to pewter again, canvas to an honest grey, faces to a set of values between slate and bone. The engine room telegraph rang, a little double tap. The engineer had not touched it. The pointer slid a finger's breadth towards slow and settled there. The captain, who had known every kind of defiance from storm and man, felt a small gratitude at being given instruction that did not shame him. He left the pointer where the house had put it. They made 3 turns each with the grace of an apology. The men on cables worked with the modesty of craftsmen inside someone else's chapel. A mug tipped near the scupper, and did not spill. The liquid held its cup like a promise, and waited for the deck to resume belonging to gravity. The Orpheon's hull sighed once, a sound ships make when, very occasionally, something other than ocean has hold of them. Architecture, the mate said finally, as if answering a question laid at birth. He leaned into it. Not ours. Theories arrived later, some good, some desperate. In the moment there was only household. Floor, wall, door, turn, quiet. Men felt their mothers in it, and churches, and the small decencies of thresholds. No one ran. When a coil slipped, 2 hands caught it. When a knot stuck, it surrendered without arguing. The house does not like fuss. It likes exactness. At the 4th turn a new piece of furniture appeared, an opening in the starboard wall shaped like a window and not like sea. Through it men saw a corridor too narrow for a ship, barely wide enough for a lifeboat, dark as the inside of an oath and lined briefly with marks. The marks were not letters, but they were writing all the same, cross hatches and bites, scallops and nicks, all the wear a wall acquires from centuries of passage. Hands have a way of telling time on edges. Boats, the bosun said, and nodded as if a craftsman in another trade had approved his work. The captain did not order a boat into that side hall. He felt with the clarity of a fever breaking, that a smaller thing might go in there and not find the room to turn around. After perhaps 20 minutes, the clocks did not agree. The house lifted its crosspiece with the hospitality of a host with other guests arriving. A door opened where no seam had lived, and the ship passed back into open ocean with the smallest sense of uninvited air stroking cheeks. Sound returned with a pop, like a cork receipted. Color flushed back into shirts. The world remembered angles that aren't right. Curve of horizon, roll of swell, slant to wind. They had carried a cable through a house and laid it down straighter than a sea would have allowed. The line ran true as string from one set of coordinates to another, and the Orpheon's work for that week, deferred twice for weather and once for a useless argument with a clerk, was accomplished as if they had pushed wire through a conduit measured and carpentered by a mind that liked plumb and square. The captain signed a page with calm hands and did not write the words he wanted to thank you. Months later, a Japanese trawler found their own rooms, more humble than the Orpheon's, perhaps an annex, walls less strict in posture, light more domestic. The crew entered laughing, fell quiet, and left with stories their sure wives would not hear, because wives know when a man is padding truth and when truth is padding him. The trawler's net, hauled aboard after the house let them go, held nothing but the sea's clear blue and a neat arrangement of stones. No quarry on earth could claim by color or grain at the bottom of the mesh, a square within a square, the fisherman's version of a thank you note. Scientists have tried to coax this into language. They have the courtesy to use shy words, internal boundaries, waveguides, stratified ducting, phrases that admit ignorance with clean collars. Some will allow themselves, off the record, a simile, that the ocean sometimes remembers buildings. It was once inside cathedrals and markets, under bridges and down alleys. Rain has always been water, and water loves corners. Maybe the sea keeps rooms the way old houses keep cool. not as ghosts, but as efficiencies. Here one does not shout, here one does not run, here the door goes this way. Sailors do not argue because it would be impolite to contradict enthusiasm. Among themselves they call it the house in the sea, and they keep rules. Do not whistle for wind inside it. Wind is a guest there too. Do not throw waste. You would not in your grandmother's parlor. Keep to the center of the corridor, unless the house offers you a ledge. Ledges are favors. Do not confuse them with rights. If a door opens you may go through, but only if you know the door will open again. You do not. Some say the house appears when the ocean grows tired of its own geometry, and borrows from ours to rest its mind. Others, gentler in superstition, think it is for us, that the sea makes rooms so men who live on water may pass an hour among lines that hold still. A third opinion, the one older stevedores in Recife keep, says the house belongs to the deep, and we are let through because it is merciful to animals that cannot turn around easily on their own. There are darker stories, because there always are, of rooms that narrow, of doors that do not open, of a whaleboat found years later, with paint rubbed from both sides where it must have bumped along edges that would not give. The men who tell them do so the way priests discuss doctrine, carefully, with love for the comfort true things give even when their corners are sharp. The Orpheon's captain, who lived long enough to be bored by most tales, carried one habit out of the house that he did not relinquish. He would pause at any hatch and square himself to it before passing through. Young mates copied him, and called it superstition. He let them laugh. A skipper is not obliged to explain how a door taught him manners. When asked, years later, what he thought it was, he said only, water trying on a shape. And then, because aging earns a little indulgence, he added the line he had left out of the log. We were in a place that knew where everything should go. If you meet it, and you will know long before your instruments do, remember what rooms are for. They are where you lower your voice, finish what you started, and wipe your feet without being told. The sea can make a maze when it wishes, but the house is not a trap. It is a gift with corners, a straightness offered to a creature that lives by wandering. Pass through it with dignity. Let your wake behave, and when the door opens, because doors are conversations, and this one will step back into the curve of the world, and resist the urge to look over your shoulder. Houses deserve privacy too. When the Orpheon cleared its last wall, and the ocean took up its roundness again, a breeze lifted the ship's flag with the relief of a shirt unbuttoned. The men who had said nothing while inside said very small things now, about coffee and sleep, and whether anyone had oiled the winch. The night took those words and put them where words belong, and the sea, having tried on a shape, and found it pleasing, let it go. And so we drift back from the deep, leaving behind 100 shadows, corridors, and songs that the ocean still carries in silence. The mysteries you've heard tonight are not endings. They are reminders that the sea is older than memory, and patient enough to keep its secrets longer than we can hold our breath. Each wave folds over the last, each horizon hides another, and still sailors return, curious, cautious, and unwilling to look away. What we've uncovered is only a fraction. Out there beneath the calm surface, the ocean waits with stories it has not yet chosen to tell. If these mysteries kept you company tonight, remember to subscribe, tap the bell icon, and leave a like, so you'll be here when the next tide of stories arrives. Until then, rest well. Let the sea's endless rhythm carry you towards sleep, and prepare for the next voyage, because in the dark hours of night, the ocean will always be whispering, waiting for us to listen. Farewell, until the next video.